Chapter 1798. Young Master Yi, what's so special about this ancient coffin? Is it worth you spending 100 million mid-rank St. Crystals on it? Wei Xinyue asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Yi Qinfeng, she felt that Yi Qinfeng would never spend money in vain. Yi Qinfeng was willing to spend such a large sum of money to buy the main coffin, so he must have his reasons. However, she did not know that 100 million mid-rank St. Crystals was a sky-high price for her, but it was nothing for Yi Qinfeng. The value of the St. Crystals that Yi Qinfeng had given to Mo alone was more than 100 million mid-rank St. Crystals. I don't know yet. I'll find out when I go back and study it. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said vaguely. After returning to Aeon City, Yi Qinfeng immediately separated from Wei Xinyue and returned to his ancient courtyard. He opened the ancient courtyard's barrier and entered the universe mirror, ready to open it and study it. Seal break. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's saint-grade sword soul flew out of his soul sea and slashed open the barrier on the surface of the ancient coffin, pushing open the heavy coffin lid. Immediately, an ancient aura spread out from the ancient coffin, spreading through the universe mirror. It alarmed Xin Daoxiu, who was recuperating in the universe mirror, as well as Mo, who was lying in a sea of flowers and eating high-rank St. Crystals with relish. Mummy, there's a mummy in the ancient coffin. Looking at the mummy in the ancient coffin, which was shriveled and looked like it could be weathered at any time, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Although the mummy seemed worthless, Yi Qinfeng felt the aura of the ancestor god's blood in the mummy's body. He guessed that the mummy was most likely a god ancestor master when it was alive. Qinfeng, where did you find this mummy? Xin Daoxiu came to Yi Qinfeng's side and looked at the corpse in the ancient coffin, asking in surprise. I took part in the grave auction today and got it from the mass grave in Aeon City. Yi Qinfeng told him what had happened. If I'm not mistaken, this person is the same as me, from the divine race. He should have been an ancestral master when he was alive. Xin Daoxiu's turbid eyes shot out rays of light as he stared at the corpse in the coffin. As expected, this person is a mighty figure of the god race. Big brother, I think I've seen this person before. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to tell Xin Daoxiu about the ancient god ruins, Mo, who was blinking her large eyes, suddenly spoke in a shocking voice. Mo, have you seen him before? Yi Qinfeng's eyes widened as he stared at Mo in shock. Even Xin Daoxiu's turbid eyes shone with light. I don't remember clearly either. I just feel like I've seen him before. If I remember correctly, there should be a jade pendant on his neck and a sword hole at the back of his head. Mo tried her best to recall. As expected, there was a jade pendant on his neck. His cause of death should have been a sword piercing through the back of his head, heavily injuring his soul before he died. Yi Qinfeng quickly examined the corpse and found that it was just as Mo said. There was a dim jade pendant covered in cracks on his neck and a clear sword wound at the back of his head. Mo, think carefully. Where did you see him before? Yi Qinfeng felt more and more that Mo was unusual and softly asked. I think it was in an underground space. That space was extremely sinister, and there was an extremely terrifying fiend living there. In order to kill that fiend, many people seem to have died. In the end, I don't remember. As she spoke, Mo suddenly clutched her head. Her face turned pale, and she seemed to be in extreme pain. Mo, is that place you're talking about called the Ancient God Ruins? Yi Qinfeng continued to ask. He had a feeling that Mo might have come from there as well. Ancient God Ruins. I think so. I really don't remember. Mo tried her best to reply, but her mind was in a mess. She tried hard to recall, but could not find a clue. Qinfeng, what kind of place is this Ancient God Ruins? Xin Daoxiu asked. The Ancient God Ruins is Aeon City's biggest secret. According to the Wei clan's old patriarch, the drop of ancestor god's blood came from there. I suspect that the ancient god ruins is related to the god clan. Yi Qinfeng said, if the ancestor god's blood really came from there, then there's a need to make a trip to the ancient god ruins. Xin Daoxu said, however, there are still more than 50 years before the ancient god ruins opens again, unless I can gather all the keys to open the ancient god ruins. Yi Qinfeng said, why? Is it difficult to gather all the keys to open the ancient god ruins? Xin Daoxu asked, it's not difficult. I'm prepared to find an excuse to snatch all the keys to open the ancient god ruins. Yi Qinfeng had too many things to do. He could not stay here for more than 50 years. He was prepared to snatch the 5 keys to open the ancient god ruins. If you run into any trouble, tell me. Although I have not recovered from my injuries, it's not difficult to take care of 1 or 2 5-star ancestor almighties. Xin Daoxu said domineeringly. He had developed a strong interest in the ancient god ruins. Senior, don't worry and heal your injuries. Leave everything to me. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said confidently, oh, right. Give me this god clan ancient corpse. I'll use the god clan's secret technique to refine it. It might be useful for us to enter the ancient god ruins. Xin Daoxu said, all right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and handed the god clan ancient corpse to Xin Daoxu. Su-er, what happened to you? Who had the guts to beat you up like this? When the severely injured Li Hongxiu was brought back to the Li clan by his 4 attendants, it caused a huge uproar in the Li clan. Li Daimeng, the current head of the Li clan and Li Hongxiu's mother, was wearing a long black dress. She had light makeup on her face and exuded a gloomy aura. She looked at her son's miserable state, and her face became gloomy. I don't know the origin of the little bastard who beat me up, but he's very close to Wei Xinyue. He might be related to the Wei clan. Thinking of the shame that Yi Qinfeng brought to him, Li Hongxiu gnashed his teeth in hatred and wanted to take revenge. No matter who it is, if he dares to beat you up and provoke the Li clan, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. Li Daimeng, who had always been protective, said coldly, head of the Li clan, now that Wei Sherdong's injuries have suddenly healed, it's not convenient for us to have a conflict with them. Li Yifeng, the second head of the Li clan and a 5-star demon god, said cautiously, what are you afraid of? Even if Wei Sherdong recovers to his peak strength, the Wei clan will always be inferior to the Li clan. Li Daimeng said strongly, if the Wei clan doesn't know what's good for them and protects the boy who beat up Su-er, I'll make them suffer. Su-er, you stay at home and heal yourself. I'll bring people to catch that arrogant boy and let you vent your anger. Li Daimeng said domineeringly. No, I'll go with you. I'll crush all the bones of that little bastard in front of that bitch Wei Xinyue and let them know the consequences of going against me. Li Hongxiu gnashed his teeth and said, in his mind, he had already thought of the means to torture Yi Qinfeng. Okay, let's go. Chapter 1799. Li family head, why are you here? When Li Daimeng and her entourage arrived at the Wei family, they immediately alerted the Wei family head, Wei Zhonghai and Wei Penghong. Wei Zhonghai, I don't want to make things difficult for the Wei family. If you know what's good for you, hand over the person who hurt Su-er. Otherwise, don't blame the Li family for not letting you go. Li Daimeng, who was wearing a long black dress, looked at Wei Zhonghai coldly and threatened him. Who hurt Li Hongxiu? Looking at Li Daimeng, who seemed to be questioning him, Wei Zhonghai frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, Father, today at the grave auction, young Master Yi and Li Hongxiu had a small conflict and injured him. Wei Xinyue slowly walked out from the crowd and said softly, It was young Master Yi. Wei Zhonghai was angry. If it was a Wei family disciple who had a conflict with Li Hongxiu, he could still deal with it. However, Yi Qinfeng was not a member of the Wei family. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng's origin was not simple. The Wei family wanted to deepen their relationship with him and would never hand him over to the Li family. Wei Zhonghai, my patience is limited. If you don't hand over young Master Yi today, don't blame me for being rude to the Wei family. Li Daimeng warned coldly. Big brother, I already said that the boy is not a good person. I think it's better to hand him over to prevent the Wei family from being harmed. Wei Penghong persuaded. No, young Master Yi has helped the Wei family. Whether it's right or wrong, I won't hand him over. Wei Zhonghai took a deep breath and said, Big brother, you can't push the Wei family into the fire for an outsider. It's not a wise choice to be enemies with the Li family. Wei Penghong continued to persuade. Don't say any more. I've made up my mind. Wei Zhonghai waved his hand and said, Li Daimeng, young Master Yi, is a distinguished guest of the Wei family. Forgive me for not handing him over to you. Distinguished guest. So the Wei family is determined to be enemies with the Li family. A strong and cold aura emitted from Li Daimeng's body. This aura was far stronger than Wei Zhonghai and the others. It made many Wei family disciples who were not strong enough feel suffocated. Li Daimeng, the Wei family is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Wei Zhonghai revealed his tyrannical side. He took a step forward and erupted with a heaven-shaking aura. Good. Wei Zhonghai, a loser like you dares to oppose me? Today, I want to see what qualifications you have to provoke me. Li Daimeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and her whole body turned into a blur as she attacked Wei Zhonghai at a speed several times faster than normal. With a palm strike, Li Daimeng's fingernails grew at an extremely fast speed, stabbing towards Wei Zhonghai's heart. Great Thunder Palm. Li Daimeng's speed was extremely fast. Wei Zhonghai's body set off a deafening roar, and the mysterious saintly diagram appeared on his body, turning into a powerful thunder palm, blocking Li Daimeng's attack. Rumble. The two of them exchanged a palm strike, and the entire space resounded with a deafening sound of thunder. A large amount of lightning danced wildly in the void like dragons and snakes. Holy art of illusion, devil. Li Daimeng's pupils shrank, and her whole body twisted in an irregular shape. The next moment, her plump body split into 3 illusory shadows, attacking Wei Zhonghai from 3 directions. Sky-breaking holy thunder spell. Facing the attack of the 3 illusory shadows, Wei Zhonghai performed the magic skills that had been passed down in the Wei family for countless years. A large amount of lightning spurted out of his body, forming a powerful thunder vortex around him, and swept up the illusory shadows of Li Daimeng. Wei Zhonghai, after so many years, your strength still hasn't improved much. Li Daimeng immediately changed her move when the illusory shadows were broken. The terrible holy art of darkness turned into a dark sword and broke the thunder vortex. With the power to destroy everything, it slashed towards Wei Zhonghai, whose face changed slightly and forced him to summon an upper-grade, transcendent divine weapon to resist with all his strength. Boom! Facing the attack of Li Daimeng's dark sword, the transcendent square seal above Wei Zhonghai's head trembled, and the terrible rebounding force was like a different tide, shaking in the void, hitting Wei Zhonghai's body, and forcing him to take a few steps back. Wei Zhonghai, you are no match for me. Just admit defeat. Li Daimeng's red lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile as a top-grade Transcendent Saint axe engraved with profound artifact inscriptions appeared in her hand, and she swung it towards Wei Zhonghai with a momentum that could split the sky. Puff, puff! Although Wei Zhonghai controlled the Transcendent Square Seal to resist the attack of the Black Axe, the power of the Black Axe was too terrifying. The power of the Black Axe passed through the Square Seal and hit Wei Zhonghai's body, and he kept spitting out blood. He almost fell to the ground, and his face was pale. Father! Wei Xinyue's heart tightened when she saw that Wei Zhonghai was no match for the enemy and was continuously retreating while vomiting blood. She immediately ran over and supported his tottering body. She took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wei Penghong, who was watching by the side, showed a gloating expression. Wei Zhonghai, my patience is limited. I will ask you again. Will you hand over the boy named Yi? The supreme grade, transcendent divine weapon black axe floated above Li Daimeng's head, like a proud dark empress, and looked at Wei Zhonghai, who was seriously injured, and said coldly, Master Yi is my Wei family's distinguished guest. I will not hand him over to you. Wei Zhonghai said firmly. Well, in this case, don't blame me for killing in your Wei family. Li Daimeng said with a murderous look. As soon as she finished speaking, the space above her suddenly twisted, and 3 dark golden fist radiances, full of terrible power, with an unparalleled sense of oppression, bombarded her. Feeling the terrible power of these 3 punches, Li Daimeng's face changed slightly and immediately controlled the supreme grade, transcendent, divine weapon black axe to meet the attack. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions rang out. The black axe met the 3 dark, golden fist radiances head-on, and was shaken and retreated, and the terrible axe radiance was also shattered by the 3 punches. Li Daimeng, my Wei family is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you don't leave, don't blame I for not being polite to you. Hearing the noise outside, Wei Shirtong came out of seclusion, and walked over step by step in the chaotic void, and warned sternly. Wei Shirtong, feeling the power of the 3 punches, just now, Li Daimeng frowned slightly. She felt that the 3 punches just now were extremely powerful and brought a lot of threat to her. She couldn't help but think highly of the mainstay of the Wei family, Wei Shirtong. I have no intention to be enemies with your Wei family, but I have to avenge my son. If your Wei family does not hand over the murderer, my Li family can only fight to the death with you. Li Daimeng said rudely and unreasonably. Li Daimeng, do you really think that my Wei family is afraid of you? Wei Shirtong snorted coldly and said, If you want to fight to the death, my Wei family will accompany you. Well, I hope that when the people of the Devil Palace come, your Wei family will still be so confident. After that, Li Daimeng, who had some scruples, did not attack again. She suppressed the anger in her heart, and was about to leave with the masters of the Li family. Chapter 1800. Mother, it's this little bastard. He's the one who hurt me. Li Hongxiu didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to appear at the last moment. He pointed at him with a ferocious expression and shouted, There's a road to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Since you're here, I'll take your life. Li Daimeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She locked onto Yi Qinfeng and was about to hit him and break his limbs. Stop, young Master Yi is my Wei family's distinguished guest. If you want to fight, I will take it. Wei Shirtong didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to appear, but he knew Yi Qinfeng's value. He was afraid of accidents, and immediately stood in front of Yi Qinfeng. Wei Shirtong, do you really want the Demon Palace to destroy your Wei family? Li Daimeng looked at Wei Shirtong, who stood in front of her, and gritted her teeth. If Wei Shirtong insisted on protecting Yi Qinfeng, it would be difficult for her to capture Yi Qinfeng. I has lived for more than 100,000 years. He's not someone you can scare with just a few words. Wei Shirtong said firmly. Fine, Wei Shirtong. Just you wait. I will definitely get my revenge. Looking at Wei Shirtong's attitude, Li Daimeng knew that she couldn't do anything to Yi Qinfeng. So she left these words and was about to leave. Just as Li Daimeng was about to leave, Yi Qinfeng suddenly stopped them and said lightly, This matter has nothing to do with the Wei family. I was the one who hit him. If you want revenge, come at me. Young Master. Wei Shirtong was anxious. Old Wei, I will remember the Wei clan's kindness. However, this matter started because of me, so let me deal with it. Yi Qinfeng interrupted Wei Shirtong's words and said calmly, Little bastard, today my Li family will make you beg for death. Although Yi Qinfeng was very strong, Li Hongxiu did not believe that he was stronger than his mother, so he said with a malevolent expression, "Really?" Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed with killing intent. A red light flew out of his sea of soul and slashed towards Li Hongxiu at an extremely fast speed. Saint-level sword soul. Looking at the red sword light heading towards Li Hongxiu, Li Daimeng's expression changed slightly. She immediately controlled the black axe to meet the attack. While she was using the black axe to block the saint-level sword soul's attack, she was completely enraged. She saw Yi Qinfeng suddenly appear in front of Li Hongxiu, who was seriously injured like a ghost. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Li Hongxiu's neck, lifting him into the air. "Little bastard, quickly release Sewer. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire clan." Seeing that Li Hongxiu's life was in danger, Li Daimeng was furious and warned in a gloomy voice, "You can't scare me." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng slightly exerted force in his right hand. Under Li Hongxiu's horrified gaze, he crushed his throat, exploded his head, and minced his soul, killing him on the spot. Sewer! Li Daimeng only had one son, Li Hongxiu. Seeing the scene of Yi Qinfeng exploding his head, Li Daimeng fell into madness. Her ferocious eyes turned blood red. She attacked Yi Qinfeng crazily. Wei Shitong, Wei Zhonghai, and the others were even more shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so bold as to kill Li Daimeng's only son in front of everyone. Get lost! Yi Qinfeng took a step forward, and the power of more than 100 billion Jin exploded. He punched out, and the space in front of him trembled violently. The terrifying fist light shook the space and broke Li Daimeng's attack as easily as breaking rotten wood, and sent her flying with a punch. "Father, what should we do now?" "Young master, Yi killed Li Hongxiu in front of everyone. It means that he has made a deadly enemy of the Li family." Wei Zhonghai frowned tightly and said worriedly. He felt that the situation was completely out of control. In order to avenge Li Hongxiu, Li Daimeng was very likely to go to extremes. "Hey, I don't think young master Yi is a reckless person. He dared to kill Li Hongxiu, so he doesn't put the Li family in his eyes. Let's wait and see." Wei Shitong also didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. He felt that Yi Qinfeng was a little reckless. Phantom demon divine art. Li Daimeng suppressed the raging blood in her body, and in the blink of an eye, 8 afterimages appeared, blocking all his escape routes and attacking him at the same time. When Li Daimeng's 8 shadows attacked, the black axe floating above her head also chopped down with a shocking force. She wanted to seriously injure Yi Qinfeng in one fell swoop. Infinite chaos! Li Daimeng launched her ultimate attack, but Yi Qinfeng showed a look of disdain. The towering chaotic divine would appear around his body, swaying gently in the air, releasing the chaotic 5 elements light, directly destroying the 8 afterimages that were close to him. The next moment, Yi Qinfeng turned his hand into a sword and chopped down. The chaotic divine would instantly turn into a shocking sword radiance, which cut through layers of space. Under Li Daimeng's horrified gaze, the black axe, which was a supreme grade heaven-reaching holy weapon, was chopped away, and the sword was chopped towards her. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out from Li Daimeng's mouth. Her whole body was chopped away by Yi Qinfeng's sword. She heavily hit a hard rockery, and the rockery was smashed into pieces. She fell to the ground softly. Family head! Seeing the scene in front of them, the masters of the Li family who came with Li Daimeng were stunned by Yi Qinfeng's strength. They quickly came to Li Daimeng, who was seriously injured, and helped her up with a shocking sword scar on her chest. Good, 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 little bastard, you have guts. I will definitely avenge you. Li Daimeng did not expect Yi Qinfeng's strength to be so terrifying. She was not his opponent at all, but Li Hongxiu was her only son. She had to avenge her son. She left behind a ruthless sentence and was ready to leave. Did I say you can leave? Yi Qinfeng's body flashed slightly and blocked Li Daimeng and the others at the gate of the Wei family and said with a murderous look, "What? Do you want to kill us all?" Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who blocked them, Li Daimeng's face changed slightly and she said angrily, "Just a few pieces of trash. I can just kill them." Yi Qinfeng smiled coldly and said overbearingly, "You." Li Daimeng was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. But when she sensed the murderous look in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, she had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng was not trying to scare her. Maybe he really dared to kill her. "Surnamed Yi, you have to think clearly. Behind my Li family is the Devil Palace. If you kill us, you and the Wei family will have to wait for the revenge of the Devil Palace." Li Daimeng warned coldly, but her tone was weaker. "Devil Palace? I have never heard of it." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "You." Li Daimeng was mad with anger. She looked at Wei Shirtong, who was in a dilemma, and said, "Old Master Wei, is your Wei family really going to be the enemy of the Devil Palace? You have to know that the master of the Devil Palace is a half-ancestor, and I am his woman. Hey, young Master Yi, can you give this old man some face and let them go?" Yi Qinfeng could ignore the Devil Palace, but he did not dare to offend the Wei family. Thinking of the horror of the Devil Palace, Wei Shirtong sighed helplessly in his heart. "Well, I will give old Master Wei some face. You guys get lost." Chapter 1801. Young Master Yi, today's matter is really big. Li Hongxiu is Li Daimeng's favorite. Now that you have killed him, Li Daimeng will never let this matter rest. Seeing Li Daimeng and others leave in anger, Wei Shirtong sighed softly. "Don't worry, old Wei. I will take responsibility for my own actions. This matter is caused by me. I will solve it and will not implicate the Wei family." Yi Qinfeng smiled and said indifferently, "Humph, it's easy for you to say. Do you know how terrifying the Demon Palace is? If the Demon Palace wants to take revenge on my Wei family, I'm afraid my Wei family will never have a day of peace." Wei Penghong snorted coldly. "Are you accusing me?" Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank, looked at Wei Penghong, and warned coldly, "I am friends with old Wei, Wei family head and XNU, but I am not friends with you. If you offend me again, don't blame me for being ruthless." "You? What, you don't believe me?" Yi Qinfeng sneered and said, "I dare to break Li Hongxiu's neck in front of the Li family. You tell me if I dare to break your neck or not." Penghong, young Master Yi is not someone you can offend. Quickly apologized to young Master Yi. Wei Shirtong saw Yi Qinfeng's lawlessness and was afraid that Yi Qinfeng would really kill Wei Penghong, so he gave an irresistible order. Young Master Yi, I am just worried about the Wei family. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." Thinking of the scene where Yi Qinfeng broke Li Hongxiu's neck and beat Li Daimeng, Wei Penghong calmed down and had to swallow his anger and apologize in front of everyone. "I already said that I will deal with this matter. Neither the Li clan nor the demonic palace can threaten your Wei clan," Yi Qinfeng said coldly. "Young Master Yi, although you are strong, the demon palace has 2 half-martial ancestors. You must not be careless when facing them," Wei Shirtong reminded seriously. "Half-martial ancestors, it's not a big deal." Yi Qinfeng revealed a disdainful smile. Under the shocked gazes of Wei Shirtong and the others, he turned and left. "Investigate. I want to know the background of that Yi guy." Li Daimeng had never suffered such a big loss. She secretly swore that even if she had to sacrifice everything, she would kill Yi Qinfeng to avenge Li Hongxiu. Yes, patriarch. Looking at Li Daimeng's blood-red eyes, the Li family's master's heart trembled. Li Daimeng, who left the Wei family in embarrassment, did not return to the Li family. Instead, she left the Aeon City and flew to the territory of the Demon Clan. She sought help from the Demon Palace at the edge of the Demon Clan. The demon god palace was a first-rate power of the demon race. There were 2 half-martial ancestor experts in the palace. Among them, the current palace master of the demon god palace, Missouri Ming, was Li Daimeng's lover. As for Li Hongxiu, who was killed by Yi Qinfeng, he was their son. The reason why the Li family was able to suppress the Wei family and become the second family in Aeon City was because of the demon divine palace. Fa Ming, Su'er is dead. You must avenge him. Li Daimeng came to the demon palace from afar and immediately found the demon king, who was in seclusion. She threw herself into his arms and cried loudly, "What? Su'er is dead!" Although Mo Ming did not know that Li Hongxiu had a son, Li Hongxiu's talent was not bad and he was deeply fond of him. Now that he heard the news of Li Hongxiu's death, Mo Ming was furious. "Who is so bold to even dare to kill my son? It's a boy with the surname Yi. He killed Su'er in front of me." Li Daimeng cried while adding oil and vinegar to her story. She provoked the anger in Mo Ming's heart little by little. "You mean the Wei family has been protecting that boy?" Hearing Li Daimeng's crying, Mo Ming's face became more and more gloomy. "Yes, if it weren't for the Wei family, my Li family would not have suffered such a big loss." Li Daimeng was not only not grateful to Wei Shitong for helping her out, but also indirectly reprimanded Wei Shitong. She wanted to borrow the demon god palace's hand to destroy the Wei family. "Wait, you said that Wei Shitong's injuries have not only healed, but his strength has also improved?" Mo Ming frowned and said, "Yes, I have fought with that old man Wei Shitong before. I can be 100% sure that his injuries have healed." Li Daimeng nodded and said, "This shouldn't be. Even if Wei Shitong got rid of the demon goo, he shouldn't have healed so quickly. Could it be that there is a master behind the Wei family?" Mo Ming fell into deep thought. He was the one behind the scenes who pushed the Wei family bit by bit. "Mo Ming, no matter what, Su'er is your son, your flesh and blood. You can't not avenge him." Looking at Mo Ming, who was in deep thought, Li Daimeng gently shook his arm and begged bitterly, "Don't worry, I will avenge Su'er. I will let that little bastard slowly die in despair." Mo Ming gently hugged Li Daimeng's soft and plump body and promised, "Mo Ming, are you free now? Let's go get revenge now." Li Daimeng snuggled in Mo Ming's arms and whispered, "No rush. I will first investigate the Wei family and see if they have any connections with other forces." Mo Ming shook his head and said cautiously, "Don't worry, Mo Ming. Every move of the Wei family is under the surveillance of my Li family. I can guarantee that the Wei family has not connected with any powerful forces." Li Daimeng said with certainty, "No matter what, it's better to investigate." Although the demonic palace was a first-rate power in the demon race, there were too many experts in the void god realm. There were many experts who had the strength to kill the demonic palace. Just to be safe, he decided to investigate Yi Qinfeng and the Wei family first before taking revenge. "All right then, I will listen to you." Li Daimeng nodded and had to suppress the killing intent in her heart. In order to persuade Mo Ming to take revenge as soon as possible, Li Daimeng stayed in the demon palace. Although she had just lost her son, she didn't dare to refuse Mo Ming's request. She could only endure the grief in her heart and gently serve him, making him feel good, immortal. About 5 days later, the informants Mo Ming sent to Aeon City returned. "Damn, that kid with the surname Yi seems to be a rogue cultivator. The Wei family has not connected with any super forces." Hearing the news, Mo Ming's eyes turned vicious. "Wei Shitong, I have no excuse to deal with your Wei family. You asked for it this time. Let's go get dressed. We will go to Aeon City to avenge Su'er." Mo Ming looked at Li Daimeng, whose skin was like a young girl's and had a layer of pink light, exuding a mature charm, and said coldly, "All right, I will skin that little bastard with my own hands to avenge Su'er." Li Daimeng gritted her teeth and swore, Just as Mo Ming was counting the masters and preparing to go to Aeon City for revenge, the Demon Palace was suddenly attacked. The Demon Palace, which had been there for millions of years, collapsed, and the entire Demon Palace was shaken. After hearing the news of the Demon God Palace's entrance being destroyed, the Magic God Palace's reputation exploded. He immediately brought the Demon God Palace's experts to the entrance, wanting to know who had eaten the bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare destroy the Demon God Palace's entrance. It's him. Chapter 1802. Dai Meng, you know him? Looking at Li Dai Meng, who was staring at him in disbelief, Mo Ming asked with a gloomy face, "He is the one with the surname Yi. Su-a was killed by him." Li Dai Meng, who regained her senses, was blinded by hatred. She gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Qin-feng. She wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "It's him." Mo Ming frowned and showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect Yi Qin-feng to be so daring. After killing Li Hongxiu, not only did he not escape, but he came to Mo Shin Palace to show off his prowess and even collapse the Mo Shin Palace's gate. Could it be that the investigation was wrong? He is not a rogue cultivator, but someone with a monstrous background. Little bastard, you came at the right time. Today, I will tear you into pieces and avenge Su-er, Li Dai Meng said with a murderous look. You think I am here to die? Yi Qin-feng smiled and said, Sir, who are you? Looking at the calm and collected Yi Qin-feng, Magician Ming's frown deepened. Daring to come to Mo Shin Palace alone, he was either a fugitive or he had something to rely on. And from Yi Qin-feng's expression, he was obviously not a fugitive. Then he must have some unknown backing to dare to come to Mo Shin Palace. Who I am, you don't need to know, Yi Qin-feng said in an overbearing manner. You only need to know that from today onwards, there will be no Mo Shin Palace in the Void God realm. Such big words. Who do you think you are? You can control the life and death of my Mo Shin Palace. A one-star Mo Shin Palace, Almighty said angrily. Just as he finished speaking, a deep purple bolt of lightning appeared in Yi Qin-feng's palm. Yi Qin-feng struck out with his palm, and the purple bolt of lightning tore through the sky and shot towards him at an astonishing speed. Although the purple lightning was only a half transcending heaven saint tool, with the increase of Yi Qin-feng's strength and soul power, the purple lightning's attack power also increased greatly. Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. Under the attack of the purple lightning, the one-star demon god that had just reprimanded Yi Qin-feng was killed. He turned into minced meat on the ground and died on the spot. Seeing Yi Qin-feng kill people without saying a word, the magic fame exploded, and a cold glint appeared in his deep eyes. Good. Brat, you have guts, daring to kill people in my demon god palace. Today, I won't forgive you. As he spoke, a palm-sized hexagonal array disc appeared in Magician Ming's hand. When he channeled his Dao will into the hexagonal array disc, the hexagonal array disc constantly expanded and merged into the void, activating the demon god palace's most powerful protective array. Hey, is this what your demon god palace is relying on? Aren't you a little too weak? Yi Qin-feng revealed a look of disdain as he looked at the palace-protecting formation formed by 108 inferior grade transcendent saint artifacts floating above his head. In the next moment, the demon bird imperial flag appeared above Yi Qin-feng's head. It quickly shook and turned into an undying bird with a wingspan of over 100 meters, covering the space above Yi Qin-feng's head. Supreme grade, transcending heaven array flag. Feeling the terrifying aura of the demon bird imperial flag, the magic fame opened his eyes wide, revealing a look of shock. The supreme grade, transcending heaven array flag was extremely precious. The demon god palace had been passed down for countless years, and Yi Qin-feng could casually take out such a level of array flag. It was enough to show that he was not ordinary. However, the demon god palace had stood tall in the demon race for millions of years, and they also had something to rely on. Seeing Yi Qinfeng summon the demon bird imperial flag, the magic fame did not shrink back. You want to go against my demon god palace with a mere supreme grade, transcending heaven saint flag? You are too naive. The magic fame said coldly, 36 demon killing formation kills the enemy mercilessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Meng Ming finished speaking, 36 demon gods flew out of the demon god palace. They held 36 supreme grade, transcendent saint artifact, demon, swords in their hands. They formed a powerful demon formation, which resonated with the huge formation diagram above them. Combination array, it is useless against me. Yi Qinfeng had his hands behind his back. His arrogant face still did not reveal a trace of panic, as if this trump card of the demon god palace was still not enough to enter his eyes. Kill. Following Meng Ming's command, the 36 demon god experts attacked at the same time. Streaks of sword light soared into the sky and formed the 36 demon killing formation, forming a demonic sword that was several hundred feet long in midair. It was enough to split the heavens and earth and slash towards Yi Qinfeng. As the demon sword approached, Yi Qinfeng summoned the dragon head ancestral bow, erupting with 200 billion gene of strength, and pulled the dragon head ancestral bow. Accompanied by a series of intimidating dragon roars, a golden ancestral arrow pierced through the layers of space and struck the demonic sword that was several hundred feet long. Under the gazes of many dumbfounded eyes, the demon sword of the 36 demon-killing array was shot apart by Yi Qinfeng's bow. Ancestral artifact. He actually has an ancestral artifact. Sensing the might of the dragon head ancestral bow, Magic Fame's eyes widened in disbelief. Ancestral artifacts were the top treasures of the Void God world. The Demon God Palace had been passed down for millions of years without a single one, but Yi Qinfeng had casually taken one out. Moreover, looking at the dragon head ancestral bow in Yi Qinfeng's hand, Magic Fame's experienced eyes felt that the dragon head ancestral bow was not an ordinary low-grade ancestral artifact, but a mid-grade ancestral artifact. Just who is this guy? Magic Fame's gaze towards Yi Qinfeng changed. Even Li Daimeng no longer clamored. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's foundation, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Whoosh! After the first arrow, Yi Qinfeng forcefully pulled back the dragon head ancestral bow and shot a second arrow. The powerful golden ancestral arrow hit the 36 demons killing array and killed an expert of the demon palace in an instant. Then Yi Qinfeng seemed to have endless strength as he continuously pulled back the dragon head ancestral bow, attacking the 36 demon killing array. Every time he shot an arrow, a demon god palace expert would be killed. Clouds of blood rose into the air, making people shudder. Palace Master! This person has an ancestral artifact. He is not someone we can contend against. How should we deal with him? In the blink of an eye, one demon god palace expert after another was shot to death by Yi Qinfeng. A huge haze enveloped the demon god palace. The arrogant demon god palace experts all became obedient and had no choice but to ask the gloomy Magic Fame, "Go to the ancestral land." The ancestral artifacts' might was unshakable. Without any other choice, Magic Fame activated the palace-protecting Grand Array, forming tens of thousands of offensive runes that attacked Yi Qinfeng. He took a large number of demon god palace experts and retreated to the ancestral land, wanting to borrow the power of the ancestral land to resist Yi Qinfeng. Godless sword. When Yi Qinfeng pulled back the dragon head ancestral bow and shot through the 36 demon killing array, he summoned the demon sealing sword. His entire body fused with the demon sealing sword, turning into a divine sword that stole the brilliance of heaven and earth. With one sword, he shattered the offensive runes that attacked him like a tidal wave and slashed at the demon god palace's palace-protecting Grand Array. Rumble! After receiving Yi Qinfeng's soulless attack, the entire palace-protecting formation started to tremble. Clear cracks started to spread on the surface of the formation, and the low-grade Skirich holy flags started to shatter one after another. With just one sword, Yi Qinfeng broke the demon god palace's palace-protecting grand array, greatly reducing its power. It could no longer affect him. Li Daimeng, what kind of enemy have you provoked for me? Seeing Yi Qinfeng break the palace-protecting grand array with one sword, Magic Fame was so frightened that his heart trembled. He roared at the pale Li Daimeng. Although Li Daimeng was his woman, and he deeply liked her, at this moment he wanted to strangle her to death. I don't know. Li Daimeng was also deeply shocked by Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength. Even her voice trembled when she spoke. She never dreamed that Yi Qinfeng's strength was so terrifying that even the demon god palace was no match for him. If he had known that Yi Qinfeng was so powerful, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't have dared to find trouble with Yi Qinfeng. Damn it. After I've dealt with him, I'll deal with you. Chapter 1803. Humph. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the ancestral land? Although the ancestral land of the Demon Palace was very powerful, far more powerful than any other ancestral land that Yi Qinfeng had seen, he was no longer the same as before. A mere ancestral land of the Demon Palace was no threat to him. Break for me! Yi Qinfeng roared. 4 saint-level Tao diagrams gushed out of his body and fused into the demon's sealing sword, activating more than 800 ancestral runes in the sword. With a slash, a terrifying sword light pierced through the sky. At the same time, heaven and earth changed color as the sword light broke apart the shattered protective array. In the next moment, the immortal wings broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body. With a violent flap of the wings, endless gales were stirred up. In the chaotic void, ear-piercing sonic booms resounded as the immortal wings chased after Mengming and the others. Ancestral formation, open! After escaping into the ancestral formation, Mengming immediately activated the formation. Hundreds of strangely shaped ancestral foundation stones broke out of the black ancestral land and formed a mysterious ancestral formation in the void, enveloping the ancestral land. In the next moment, 2 huge snakes that were over 1,000 meters long drilled out of the demon god palace's ancestral land like 2 rivers. They stuck out their forked tongues and hissed at Yi Qinfeng. An ancestral vein spirits! Looking at the 2 river-like serpents, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could tell that these 2 serpents were the ancestral spirits of the Demon Palace's ancestral vein. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect the Demon Palace's ancestral vein to turn into 2 ancestral spirits. If the primitive Tao embryo devours these 2 ancestral spirits, it might evolve into a 3-star Tao ancestor. Looking at the 2 ferocious ancestral vein serpents, Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed. With a thought, he summoned the primitive Tao embryo. This aura, a 2-star ancestral avatar. Sensing the aura emitted by the primitive Tao embryo, Mengming, who was hiding in the ancestral land, paled. Yi Qinfeng had an avatar of this level, which was enough to wipe them out. Young Master Yi, my demon palace has no intention of being your enemy. If you stop now, I am willing to hand Li Daimeng over to you and let you do whatever you want with her. Realizing the horror of Yi Qinfeng, Magician Ming had a strong fear in his heart. He grabbed the pale Li Daimeng and pleaded. Dharma name. Li Daimeng did not expect that Amo Xianming would choose to sacrifice himself to protect the demon palace at this critical moment. Her heart was filled with desolation as she trembled. Mother her, if it weren't for you, would the demon palace be young Master Ye's enemy? Amo Xianming's face turned ferocious as he roared. I already said that from today onwards, there will no longer be a devil divine palace in the void god realm. Even if you hand her over to me, you won't be able to change this fact. Yi Qinfeng stood in the air and looked at the enraged Magician Ming. He revealed a domineering side as he spoke in a domineering manner. "What will it take for you to let my demon palace go?" At this time, an old man with snow-white hair and beard appeared. He was wearing a dark gray martial arts suit and was stepping on an ancient wheel. His strength was even more tyrannical than Magician Ming's. This old man was the mainstay of the demon palace. He was one of the two half-martial ancestor experts, the Supreme Elder Mo Kuin. He had already stepped into the ancestor realm. "Give me the ancestral vein of the demon palace, and I will consider letting you go." Yi Qinfeng demanded an exorbitant price. "The ancestral vein is the root of my demon palace. Forgive me for not being able to agree." Mo Kuin's eyes revealed a trace of anger as he refused directly. "In that case, there is nothing to talk about." Yi Qinfeng said with high fighting spirit, "From today onwards, there will no longer be a demon palace." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng burned his Hongmeng bloodline and merged with the three treasures. His strength instantly rose to a 1-star Tao ancestor. He quickly pulled the dragon head ancestral bow and shot out powerful ancestral arrows, attacking the ancestral array that shrouded the ancestral land. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions resounded in the ancestral formation. The dark, golden ancestral arrows continued to attack the ancestral formation, causing it to tremble unceasingly. The terrifying vibrations caused the entire demon divine palace to tremble. "Your Excellency, please stop. Although you have the ancestral artifact, the ancestral vein of my demon palace has been nurtured for millions of years. With your strength, you can't break it. If your Excellency is willing to stop, my demon palace is willing to become your Excellency's best friend." Mo Kuin was full of confidence in the ancestral vein of demon palace and continued to persuade. "You are not worthy." After burning his Hongmeng bloodline, Yi Qinfeng had endless Tao power. He continued to pull the dragon head ancestral bow and attacked the ancestral array with all his strength, breaking the ancestral runes little by little. "Your Excellency, if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame I for being ruthless." Seeing Yi Qinfeng turning a deaf ear to his persuasion and continuing to attack with the dragon head ancestral bow, Mo Kuin's face became gloomier and gloomier as he coldly warned, "You really talk a lot of nonsense." Yi Qinfeng coldly sneered, Good, good, good. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." "Ancestral vein spirits, kill him for me." Mo Kuin spat out 2 mouthfuls of his life essence blood and fused it with the 2 ancestral vein spirits. He ordered them to kill Yi Qinfeng. Hiss! After receiving Yi Qinfeng's order, the 2 ancestral vein spirits twisted their several thousand-meter-long bodies and broke out of the ancestral array that was violently trembling under the attack of the ancestral arrow. They opened their chilling jaws and bit towards Yi Qinfeng. Just in time. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect Mo Kuin to let the 2 ancestral vein spirits leave the ancestral array to attack him. He immediately summoned 3 ancestral artifact level ancient array flags. Space isolation seal. Golden soul power continuously fused into the 3 ancient array flags, controlling them to shake rapidly. A large number of array runes interweaved and sealed the entire space, trapping the 2 extremely ferocious ancestral vein spirits. "Spirit fish, let your primordial avatar out." Then Yi Qinfeng summoned the primordial avatar of the spirit fish. Together with his primordial Tao embryo, they broke into the space sealed by the 3 ancient array flags and attacked the 2 ancestral vein spirits, trying to devour them. 3 ancestral array flags. Sensing that the ancestral vein spirits had lost contact with him, the ferocious look on Mo Kuin's face froze. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng alone had so many ancestral artifacts. "Old ancestor, what should we do? This person is too evil. His identity is definitely not simple." Seeing that Yi Qinfeng had summoned 3 ancestral array flags and trapped the 2 ancestral vein spirits, Emo Kuin felt even more uneasy and said in a slightly panicked tone. Li Daimeng was even more frightened. She stood there in a daze, her mind blank. Although this person's means are heaven-defying, with his strength, it won't be easy for him to break the ancestral array of our demon palace. Let's wait for him to consume a large amount of Tao energy, then we can kill our way out. Maybe we can reverse the situation. Emo Kuin's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he said in a low voice, "Sai, that's the only way." Emo Kuin sighed softly. He wanted to strangle Li Daimeng, who was causing trouble. Just when everyone in the demon palace had placed all their hopes on the ancestral array, a several feet long, pitch-black sickle appeared in Yi Qinfeng's hand. It was swallowing light. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng unleashed the way of artifact manipulation. He emptied out all the golden Tao energy in his body and poured it into the death scythe, activating the strongest power of this top-grade ancestral artifact as he slashed at the powerful ancestral artifact. Kacha! The impregnable ancestral array that contained the ancestral aura was shattered by the death sickle. The terrifying remaining power slashed fiercely on the black ancestral land of the demon palace, creating a bottomless chasm in the ancestral land. Chapter 1804. What grade of ancestral artifact is this? Although Emo Kuin, Emo Ming, and the others had used the ancestral array to dodge the remaining power of the death scythe, seeing the ancestral array split open and the ancestral land split open, the demon divine palace experts fell into despair. Their bodies turned cold from head to toe. Emo Kuin thought that he had overestimated Yi Qinfeng, but when he saw the death scythe hovering above Yi Qinfeng's head and swallowing all light, he discovered that he had underestimated Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng's methods and background had far surpassed his imagination. That black scythe wouldn't be a high-grade or top-grade ancestral artifact, would it? Whoosh! While Emo Kuin, Emo Ming, and the others were shocked by the death scythe's power, Yi Qinfeng used his Grand Mist bloodline to restore his exhausted Tao force. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the ancestral land split open by the death scythe. Old ancestor, what should we do? Emo Ming didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to be so strong. His heart was in a mess as he transmitted his voice. We have no way out. Fight with everything we have. With the ancestral vein spirit trapped and the ancestral array broken, the demon divine palace was forced into a dead end. They could only fight with everything they had. All right. Emo Ming tightly clenched his teeth. Together with Emo Kuin, they used their secret supernatural abilities and forcefully fused with the ancestral vein power of the demon divine palace, forcefully raising their strength to the one-star demon ancestor realm. Is one-star demon ancestor useful? Sensing the rapid rise in strength of Emo Ming and Emo Kuin, Yi Qinfeng's expression didn't change. He revealed a domineering aura as he attacked the two. Disciples of the demon divine palace, listen to my orders. Attack with everything you have. Whoever can injure him will be appointed as the vice palace master. The threat that Yi Qinfeng brought was too great. Emo Ming had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with him. Hearing Emo Ming's shout, the powerless demon divine palace disciples ignited their bloodlines and summoned their powerful true spirits and transcendent saint treasures to attack Yi Qinfeng. They wanted to combine their strength to kill Yi Qinfeng. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Qinfeng erupted with over 600 billion gene of strength to meet the onslaught of treasures head-on. His terrifying physical strength suppressed everything, constantly repelling the treasures. Ancient plate, Tao-transforming lotus. Seeing the unstoppable momentum of Yi Qinfeng, the demon Kuin immediately controlled the ancient plate under its feet to expand continuously. Sharp Tao intent flowed on the plate and turned into a slowly blooming lotus flower. The sharp Tao intent intertwined and attacked Yi Qinfeng. As for the magic name, he summoned an ancient bell that was a top-grade, transcendent saint artifact. He spat a mouthful of his lifeblood into the ancient bell, activating the inscriptions on the surface of the ancient bell. A deafening bell chime resounded as it attacked Yi Qinfeng. 3,000 God-transforming fist. As the two ancient treasures attacked, Yi Qinfeng deduced the 4 Tao intents to the extreme and turned into an invincible war god, intimidating this part of the world. With a punch, the 4 saint-level Tao diagrams above his head turned into a large number of fist imprints. They were like meteors that fell from the sky as they continuously attacked the 2 ancient treasures. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The terrifying sound reverberated through the 9 heavens, shattering the clouds in the sky. The entire ancestral ground of the Demon Divine Palace trembled violently from this terrifying collision, causing cracks to appear everywhere. Kacha kacha! Although Yi Qinfeng had just comprehended the 3,000 God-transforming fist and couldn't unleash the strongest attack of this supreme divine ability, the offensive power of this supreme divine ability was too terrifying. It wasn't something a mere supreme-grade, transcendent saint artifact could withstand. Under the onslaught of the fist imprints, the ancient plate and ancient bell continued to crack. In the end, they couldn't withstand the 3,000 God-transforming fist and were blown away by the meteor-like fist imprints. Yi, let's perish together! When Yi Qinfeng used his supreme divine ability to forcefully break through the attacks of Mo Ming and Mo Kuan, the despairing Li Daimeng suddenly approached Yi Qinfeng. She detonated the source of her power, the Saint Spirit, and used her own life to launch a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng. Boom! The Saint Spirit exploded, shattering the chaotic void. The terrifying explosive power was like a mushroom cloud that directly engulfed Yi Qinfeng, destroying his body crazily. Good chance. Seeing Yi Qinfeng being annihilated by Li Daimeng's self-detonation, Mo Ming, Mo Kuan, and the others were overjoyed. They continued to fuse with their powerful ancestral veins to increase their strength. They attacked Yi Qinfeng together with the thousands of experts of the Demon Divine Palace, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The Void God World space was incomparably tough. Ordinary people would find it difficult to create a black hole, but under the attacks of Mo Ming and the others, a bottomless black hole appeared in the space where Yi Qinfeng was. Just when Mo Ming and the others thought that Yi Qinfeng was dead for sure, an arrogant voice emerged from the chaotic space, withstanding the earth-shattering attacks. How is this possible? How is he fine? Looking at the unscathed Yi Qinfeng, Mo Ming, Mo Kuan, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Ancestral armor. He's wearing ancestral armor. Suddenly, Mo Ming saw a set of armor engraved with mysterious runes appearing on the surface of Yi Qinfeng's body. His psychological barrier crumbled by another 30%. When did such a terrifying monster appear in the Void God world? One person with so many ancestral artifacts. Mo Ming screamed in despair in his heart. Mirror image doppelganger. Just when Mo Ming was getting more and more terrified, Yi Qinfeng split out his mirror image doppelganger and attacked Mo Ming and the others. Supersonic speed. Following that, Yi Qinfeng poured a large amount of golden Tao energy into the Undying Wings, activating its strongest attack and speed. He turned into an afterimage in the air as he charged at the Demon Palace experts. Poo, piu, piu. Under Yi Qinfeng's extreme speed and the attacks of the mirror image doppelganger, a large number of Demon Palace experts died. Thick blood mist drifted in the chaotic space, dyeing the entire sky red. Old ancestor, this Yi is too terrifying. He's wearing ancestral armor. With our strength, we can't break through the ancestral armor and injure him. Hearing the continuous screams, Mo Ming became more and more terrified. While dodging the attacks, he transmitted a message to Mo Kuan. Do we really have to use our final trump card? Although the Demon Palace's ancestral land was almost destroyed, they still had a trump card. However, that trump card could only be used 3 times. In the millions of years of history, the Demon Palace had already used it twice. There was only 1 chance left. However, seeing Yi Qinfeng reaping the lives of the Demon Palace experts like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, Mo Kuin knew that he had no choice. Mo Ming, you are the hope of my Demon Palace. You can't die. Let me sacrifice my life to Lord Demon Ancestor. The demon Kuin bit down on his lips and made an important decision. At this moment, he seemed to have aged over 100 years. Sacrifice. The demonic kraken took a deep breath and suddenly exploded his body, revealing his old soul. Under the protection of the magic name, he used a secret technique to fuse with the thick blood energy floating in the air. He sacrificed his soul and everything to fuse into the deepest part of the broken ancestral land. In the next moment, the ancestral land that was full of cracks trembled. Waves of dark energy, like an erupting volcano, spread out from the cracks of the ancestral land. Instantly, the entire space was dyed black. Chapter 1805. And I didn't expect the demonic palace to have such an existence. The forces of the void god world really can't be underestimated. Feeling the dark energy gushing out from the depths of the ancestral land, Yi Qinfeng revealed a surprised expression. His powerful soul force passed through the cracks of the ancestral land and clearly felt a powerful force awakening. Lord Dark Demon Ancestor, someone wants to destroy the demonic palace. I ask Lord Dark Demon Ancestor to take action and kill the enemy to ensure the safety of my demonic palace. Feeling the dark energy sleeping in the depths of the ancestral land awakening, Meng Ming was overjoyed. He knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "Kacha!" Just as Meng Ming's voice fell, a palm that was bigger than a millstone and wrapped in powerful demonic qi broke out of the ancestral land and directly crushed a large area of the ground. Following that, the entire ancestral land trembled even more violently. The dark demon ancestor, who was over 3 meters tall and had a body covered in black demonic light, broke out of the ground and walked out from the depths of the ground. 3-star demon ancestor. Feeling the strength of the dark demon ancestor, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but reveal a trace of graveness. With his strength, although he could kill a 1-star ancestor, he was absolutely not the opponent of the 3-star demon ancestor. However, facing the dark demon ancestor that was enough to threaten his life, Yi Qinfeng didn't summon any helpers. He was prepared to use the dark demon ancestor to test his own strength. If he couldn't win, he would summon Long Xiaotian to kill the enemy. Back then, I promised your ancestor to ensure the safety of your demonic palace 3 times. Now is the 3rd chance. After using the last chance, I will leave this place. The dark demon ancestor's voice was as loud as thunder, shaking the eardrums of many people who weren't strong enough. Lord Dark Demon Ancestor, I ask you to kill the enemy and leave behind an ancestral artifact for my demonic palace. From Meng Ming's point of view, the awakening of the dark demon ancestor was enough to control Yi Qinfeng's life. He knelt on the ground and pleaded. Okay. The dark demonic ancestor nodded. His deep eyes shot out a light that seemed to have materialized and pierced through Yi Qinfeng. Humph! A trifling 3-star devil ancestor wants to kill me? You're too naive. Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly and summoned his mid-grade ancestral item, the Flying Immortal Sword. Gripping the Devil Sealing Sword in one hand and the Flying Immortal Sword in the other, he looked like an emperor of swords descended from the mortal world as he attacked the devil, Lord of Gloom. Another ancestral artifact. Just how many ancestral artifacts does he have? Looking at the Flying Immortal Sword in Yi Qinfeng's hand that exuded a powerful ancestral charm, Magician Ming couldn't help but feel envious of Yi Qinfeng's foundation. For a normal faction, Having even one ancestral artifact was already a miracle, but Yi Qinfeng alone had 7 or 8 ancestral artifacts, and the Death Scythe was suspected to be a high or top-grade ancestral artifact. Rumble. Yi Qinfeng attacked with the twin ancestral swords. The Dark Demon Lord immediately punched at him. The frightening fist light transformed into the size of a millstone. It carried with it the profound will of the Tao of darkness and death. It blocked the 2 sword lights that Yi Qinfeng had cut down. Saint Class Sword Soul Fuse. After his attack was broken by the Dark Demon Ancestor's punch, Yi Qinfeng immediately fused a Saint Class Sword Soul into the flying immortal sword, activating the ancestral artifacts carved into the sword and continuing his attack. However, the Dark Demon Ancestor had lived for countless years, and his strength was too terrifying. Yi Qinfeng's continuous attacks with the dual ancestral swords were all broken by the Dark Demon Ancestor's power. He was unable to injure the Dark Demon Ancestor's body. And in the midst of this all-out attack, Yi Qinfeng was wounded by the aftershocks of the Dark Demon Ancestor's attack, causing his blood to roil. Dark Prison in prison. After using absolute strength to force back Yi Qinfeng, the Dark Demon Ancestor opened its mouth and spat out a vast amount of dark light. It formed a dark prison that trapped Yi Qinfeng and shrunk as it sealed his body. Yi, it doesn't matter if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. You forced out my Demon God Palace's final trump card. You're dead for sure. The Dark Demon Ancestor revealed a ferocious expression. In his opinion, Yi Qinfeng had been sealed by the Dark Demon Ancestor and had no chance of reversing the situation. Chaos Divine Wood break. In this critical moment, the Chaos Divine Wood broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body. It flickered with chaotic elemental light and easily tore through the dark prison. It viciously lashed at the Dark Demon Ancestor, neutralizing his sure-kill attack. Chaos Divine Wood. How do you have the Chaos Divine Wood? Seeing the Chaos Divine Wood floating above Yi Qinfeng's head and flickering with chaotic elemental light, the Dark Demon Ancestor's eyes widened in surprise. The Chaos Divine Wood was the number 1 divine wood in the universe. It reigned above the Time Divine Wood and Space Divine Wood. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Wood hadn't appeared for countless years. So, seeing Yi Qinfeng summon the Chaos Divine Wood, the Dark Demon Ancestor was deeply shocked. Ha! I originally wanted to leave your Demon God Palace alive, but that's no longer possible. Yi Qinfeng gently sighed. In order to protect the secret of the Chaos Divine Wood, he could only unleash a massacre, washing the entire Demon God Palace in blood. Fey Bird Imperial Flag seals space. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Fey Bird Imperial Flag. He controlled the Fey Bird Imperial Flag to constantly grow in size as it swayed and produced a gigantic array of light. It enveloped the entire Fey God Bones ancestral grounds, trapping the Fiend God Palace members inside. It looks like after killing you, this ancestor can obtain many good things from you. Seeing the Chaos Divine Wood floating above Yi Qinfeng's head, the Dark Demon Ancestor revealed a look of greed. He felt that Yi Qinfeng was the greatest turning point in his life. If he could kill him, he might be able to borrow all the treasures on Yi Qinfeng's body to cross that difficult step and break through to the 4-star Demon Ancestor realm. Saint Core Ignition Battle Demon Body. The Dark Demon Ancestor let out a heaven-shaking roar. He didn't hesitate to burn his Saint Core and transform into a powerful war demon physique. Unparalleled battle intent seeped out of his body, pushing his strength up bit by bit. Going all out? Unfortunately, it's useless. With that said, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to attack the Dark Demon Ancestor. After burning his Saint Core, the Dark Demon Ancestor's combat strength nearly touched the 4-star Demon Ancestor realm. However, in the battle back then, he had shattered his only ancestral artifact, causing his attack power to be greatly affected. Facing the chaos divine Wood's attack, he was momentarily helpless. And at this time, the two primitive Tao embryos joined forces to shatter an ancestral vein spirit. Devour! The two primitive Tao embryos opened all the acupoints in their body and frantically devoured the shattered ancestral vein spirit, increasing their strength. In less than 10 breaths, the spiritual fish's primitive avatar broke through to the 6-star Tao God realm. Following that, he broke through to half-ancestor, greatly increasing his combat strength. As the two primitive Tao embryos' strength increased rapidly, they joined forces to shatter the last ancestral vein spirit and frantically devoured it, increasing their strength. Sensing the destruction of the two ancestral vein spirits, Yi Qin Feng multitasked. He immediately controlled the 3 ancestral flags to fuse into the void, strengthening the space around him. He completely sealed off the escape route of the Demon God Palace's experts, trapping them in the collapsing ancestral land. Just as Yi Qin Feng controlled the Chaos Divine to fight the Dark Demon Ancestor, Yi Qin Feng's primitive Tao embryo merged with 2/3 of the ancestral vein spirit and stepped into the 3-star Tao Ancestor realm. Following that, the spiritual fish's primitive Tao embryo stepped into the 1-star Tao Ancestor realm. Game over. Time to beat you up. Chapter 1806. Rumble. The two embryos unleashed a punch at the same time, shattering the void and crushing the dark demon ancestor's body. The punch sent him flying, and his chest caved in. Large amounts of black blood flowed out of his mouth. Dark demon ancestor, do you still think you can kill me now? Yi Qin Feng was very satisfied with the two embryos' battle prowess. With their help, he could kill the dark demon ancestor even without Long Xiaoyan's help. Bloodline ignition. The dark demon ancestor didn't expect Yi Qin Feng to be so strong. He didn't hesitate to burn his powerful bloodline power to suppress his injuries and continued attacking Yi Qin Feng. Kill! Yi Qin Feng immediately ordered the two embryos to go all out against the dark demon ancestor's attack. The two embryos punched at the dark demon ancestor with enough force to shatter the void. The dark demon ancestor didn't dodge. Instead, he rushed forward. Boom, boom. Under the attack of the two embryos, the dark demon ancestor's body suddenly exploded. In the next moment, the dark demon ancestor's body accelerated, instantly surpassing the two embryos to appear in front of Yi Qin Feng and unleash a fatal attack. 3,000 God-transforming fist. Although the dark demon ancestor's attack was strange, Yi Qin Feng didn't panic. He derived the 4 sacred Tao diagrams to the extreme and instantly unleashed close to 1,000 God-level fist lights, shattering the space in front of him and blocking the dark demon ancestor's fatal attack. Godless sword. Immediately after, Yi Qin Feng's entire body entered the attack trajectory. He turned into a sword that could destroy gods and devils. It devoured the heaven and earth and pierced towards the dark demon ancestor with unstoppable force. When the dark demon ancestor interweaved a powerful will of the Tao of Darkness to block Yi Wuxian's fatal strike, the top-grade ancestral artifact, Death Scythe, appeared above his head. The scythe slashed through the void and slashed at the dark demon ancestor, whose expression changed slightly. The terrifying attack forced him back. When the dark demon ancestor was forced back by the death scythe, the two embryos seized the opportunity and attacked the back of the dark demon ancestor with a life and death plate. Ka ka ka! Under the attacks of the life and death plate, the hard body of the dark demon ancestor was constantly broken. His painful roars reverberated through the chaotic void, causing the people of the demon palace to sink into despair. How could this be? Could it be that even Lord Demon Ancestor is no match for him? Seeing the dark demon ancestor's back being shattered by the life and death plate, Magician Ming fell into a deep panic. At this time, he hated Li Daimeng to the core. If she hadn't exploded and died, he might have killed her with his own hands. Disciples of the demon god Palace, heed my orders. Follow me and break out of here. The dark demon ancestor was heavily injured, and the situation was out of control. Mengming no longer placed his hopes on the dark demon ancestor. He ordered the experts of the demon god Palace, who were lucky enough to survive, to attack the space restricted by the 4 ancient array flags, wanting to leave quickly. However, the power of the restriction formed by the 4 ancient array flags was too terrifying. No matter how hard Mo Ming and the others tried, they were still unable to tear the restriction apart. Chaos divine beasts, golden clear dragon bloodlion, peacock king, come out. Mo Ming and the others who were attacking the 4 ancient array flags saw Yi Qinfeng summoning many helpers and ordering the spiritual fish's primitive Tao embryo to attack Mo Ming and the others, reaping their lives. Young Master Yi, my demon god Palace is willing to submit to you. Please be magnanimous and spare us. Mo Ming and the others were already scared out of their wits. They couldn't resist the attacks of the Chaos Divine Beast and the Peacock King. Hearing the endless screams, Mo Ming was desperate and begging for mercy. Old bastard, it's useless even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. Eat your grandpa Chaos Fist. The Chaos Divine Beast roared, activating the strongest power in its body, and punched towards Mo Ming. When Mo Ming relied on his absolute strength to resist the Chaos Divine Beast's attack, the spiritual fish's primitive Tao embryo got close to him and punched out streams of shattering fist radiance, continuously attacking Mo Ming's body. The powerful attacks forced Mo Ming to retreat, spurting out large amounts of blood from his mouth. While the experts of the Demon God Palace were dying under the ferocious attacks of the Peacock King and Xiao Wendy, Yi Qinfeng and the primitive Tao embryo worked together to further injure the dark demon ancestor. Bang! Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's Chaos Divine Tree, the dark demon ancestor was sent flying by the 5-colored treetop of the Chaos Divine Tree. Its entire chest was badly mangled, and its huge body smashed a huge hole in the broken ancestral land. Demon descends. As its injuries worsened, the dark demon ancestor ignited its bloodline, instantly forming hundreds of ferocious demonic skulls. They let out ear-piercing screeches and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Dragon head ancestral bow break. As the hundreds of ferocious demonic skulls attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately pulled the dragon head ancestral bow and shot out powerful ancestral arrows, exploding the demonic skulls formed by the dark demon ancestor's bloodline. The indestructible, primitive Tao embryo ignored the attacks of the demonic skulls. With the life and death disc in its hand, it continued to attack the dark demon ancestor, shattering its powerful body bit by bit. Despicable human, go to hell with me. The darkness demonic ancestor's injuries were becoming more and more serious. He knew that he was powerless to reverse the situation, so he didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he took on the full power attack of the life and death Tao disc and approached Yi Qinfeng without caring about anything else. Boom! 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 The dark demon ancestor was a 3-star demon ancestor. Its self-destruction attack was extremely terrifying. The terrifying power of its self-destruction instantly turned the surrounding several miles of space into a black hole. It also caused the shattered ancestral chi to continuously collapse. Dead, is he dead? Covered in blood, Mage Name focused on defense. When he saw the dark demon ancestor explode its Saint core and destroy the surrounding space, Yi Qinfeng's aura suddenly disappeared, revealing a glimmer of hope. As long as Yi Qinfeng was dead, the 4 great ancestral flags would become ownerless. Without the 4 great ancestral artifacts, he would still have a chance to escape with his life. No, why is the space still sealed? Is he not dead? Mage Name released his powerful soul force into the space seal, but he discovered that the space seal didn't show any signs of weakening. This caused his hope to fall back into a bottomless abyss. as the dark demon ancestors' self-destruction slowly weakened. The shattered space repaired itself. A proud and aloof figure appeared in front of Mage Name. How is this possible? How is he not injured? Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was slowly descending from the sky, completely unharmed, Magician Ming was dumbfounded. Bang! Just as Mage Name's mind went blank, the primordial avatar seized the opportunity and punched his chest. The punch penetrated his body and severely injured him. At this time, Yi Qinfeng descended from the sky and pressed his right hand on Mage Name's head, using the power of the God-Eater brain to search his soul. So, the traitor of the Wei clan is you. A cold light flashed in Yi Qinfeng's eyes. He slightly exerted force with his right hand and crushed Mage Name's head, crushing his soul and killing him. With Mage Name's death, the entire Demon Divine Palace was utterly defeated. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the entire Demon Divine Palace turned into a living hell. All the disciples of Demon Divine Palace were killed by Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1807. Father, don't be so stubborn. If our Wei family doesn't cut off our relationship with Yi Qinfeng, we will be implicated by him and suffer the bloody revenge of Demon Palace. After Yi Qinfeng disappeared, Wei Penghong and his son immediately found Wei Shirtong, explained the stakes, and kept persuading him. Yes, grandfather, we can't sacrifice our entire family for an outsider. Wei Hingyi said, Moreover, didn't sister say that Yi Qinfeng suddenly disappeared? If I'm not wrong, he must be afraid of Demon Palace's revenge and has already run away. No, young Master Yi is not a coward. He will never run away. Wei Xinyue shook her head and said without a doubt, Yes, young Master Yi is not an ordinary person. He dared to teach Li Daimeng a lesson in public. He must have something to rely on. Wei Zhonghai nodded and echoed, Big brother, why are you still so stubborn and still believe in Yi Qinfeng? Wei Penghong sighed softly and said, You should know that Demon Palace is not something our Wei family can provoke. They have 2 half-martial ancestor experts. No matter how powerful Yi Qinfeng is, he can't be a match for half-martial ancestor. If Meng Ming takes action, he can crush him with one hand. Wei Penghong continued to persuade. Although Demon Palace is strong, if they want to kill their way into Aeon City, they need to think twice. After all, this is the territory of the ancient race, and the city lord is also a half-martial ancestor expert. They can't be allowed to act recklessly. Wei Zhonghai said in a low voice, Big brother, you underestimate Demon Palace too much. Moreover, Demon Palace may not deal with us with great fanfare, but big brother, you should know how terrifying Demon Palace is. If they hold a grudge against us, I'm afraid our Wei family will never have a day of peace. Also, Li Daimeng is a Meng Ming woman. Li family's overall strength surpasses ours. With that woman's narrow-minded character, she will never let it go. I'm afraid that something like father being poisoned by demon goo for no reason will happen again. Wei Penghong continued to instigate. Penghong's words are not without reason, but Yi Qinfeng is not simple. Handing him over to Demon Palace and offending the power behind him is not wise. After calming down, Wei Shirtong also thought of the terrible consequences of this matter and sighed deeply. Although Wei Shirtong thought highly of Yi Qinfeng's sudden disappearance was like a bucket of cold water poured over Wei Shirtong's heart. Thinking of the thousands of people in the Wei clan, Wei Shirtong felt that he really shouldn't have placed all his bets on Yi Qinfeng. Father, actually this matter isn't difficult. We just need to go to the Li family and ask for punishment. We need to show our sincerity to the Li family and the Demon God Palace and obtain their forgiveness. Then we'll throw the hot medicine to them. Wei Penghong revealed a sly smile. It's not like you don't know Li Daiming's temper. She lost so much face in our Wei family and her only son was killed. It's not easy to appease her anger. Wei Shirtong sighed softly. He also felt that Yi Qinfeng was a little reckless. What if our Wei clan is willing to give half of our property to the Li family? Wei Penghong's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. That's impossible. If our Wei clan gives half of our property to the Li family, it's equivalent to becoming a branch of the Li family. If our ancestors know about this, we'll be the sinners of the Wei clan. Wei Zhonghai's face changed, and he retorted loudly, "Big brother, now it's the moment of life and death for our Wei clan. Why do you still care about some worldly possessions?" Wei Penhong said, "If Li Daimeng is really ruthless and asks the Demon God Palace to do anything to our Wei clan will be in danger of being exterminated." But, all right, all of you shut up. Wei Sherdong's face darkened, and he said majestically, "It's impossible to give half of our property to the Li family. If the Li family is willing to ease the relationship, our Wei clan can give them some compensation. In fact, the key to this matter is Yi. As long as we find him and reveal his whereabouts to the Li family, everything else will be easy." Wei Penhong kept calculating in his heart how to use this matter to put pressure on Wei Shirtong and slowly take control of the Wei clan. "Xinyu, do you know where young Master Yi went?" Wei Shirtong sighed softly and looked at Wei Xinyu, who lowered her head thoughtfully and asked in a low voice, "I don't know. I went to young Master Ye's residence, but he wasn't there. I asked some people, but no one knows where he went." Wei Xinyu shook her head. "Did he really run away because he was afraid of the Demon God Palace?" Wei Shirtong felt the seriousness of the matter, and he was somewhat regretful and annoyed. If Yi Qinfeng left, it would be tantamount to pushing the Wei clan into a hotbed. "I think Yi Qinfeng didn't run far. Maybe he's still hiding somewhere in Aeon City. If we search, we should be able to find him," Wei Penghong suggested. Okay. Facing the huge Demon God Palace, Wei Shirtong had to make the final choice. "You're looking for me?" Just as Wei Shirtong made the decision, a low voice sounded in the Wei clan's old house. Yi Qinfeng, who had disappeared for 2 days, appeared in the Wei clan's old house. "Young Master Yi." Seeing Yi Qinfeng suddenly appear, Wei Shirtong was stunned for a moment, but Wei Xinyu showed a look of pleasant surprise. "Yi Qinfeng, you still have the face to come? Do you know how much pressure and trouble your reckless actions have brought to my Wei clan?" Wei Penhong was afraid that Wei Shirtong, who had just made a decision, would change his mind, so he immediately stood up and shouted, "Is the trouble you're talking about the Demon God Palace?" Yi Qinfeng crossed his hands behind his back and looked at Wei Shirtong, whose eyes flashed as he made a fierce mental struggle. "Yes, the terror of the Demon God Palace is not something you can imagine. Li Daimeng is the woman of the Demon God Palace Master, and Li Hongshu is very likely to be their illegitimate child. You killed Li Hongshu in public and humiliated Li Daimeng. The Demon God Palace will never let this go," Wei Penghong said loudly. "Old Wei, it seems that you have made a choice between me and the Demon God Palace." Yi Qinfeng's lips slightly curved, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Sigh, young Master Yi, you are a divine dragon in the sky. You may not be afraid of the Demon God Palace, but my Wei clan has no choice but to be afraid," Wei Shirtong said with a soft sigh. "Old Wei, I am very disappointed in your choice," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, his voice gradually turning cold. All right, I will help you resolve your Wei clan's crisis, but from now on, your Wei clan has nothing to do with me," Yi Qinfeng said coldly. "You'll help us resolve it? How will you resolve it? Don't tell me you want to go against the Demon God Palace." In Wei Penghong's view, the Demon God Palace had 2 half-ancestors overseeing it, and was almost invincible within a radius of several million li. The young Yi Qinfeng was definitely not their opponent. The Demon God Palace no longer exists in the Void God world, Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, revealing an aura of disdain for the world. What? Chapter 1808. Yi Qinfeng. Do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Wei Penghong was the first to jump out and shout. He absolutely didn't believe the news of the Demon God Palace being destroyed. Wei Shirtong, Wei Zhonghai, and the others also revealed looks of doubt. After all, the terror of the Demon God Palace was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Even ordinary ancestor-level experts would find it difficult to destroy the Demon God Palace. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yi Qinfeng revealed a contemptuous smile. Finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to leave. Stop! Where do you think you're going? When Wei Penghong saw that Yi Qinfeng wanted to leave, he immediately stood in front of Yi Qinfeng and said gloomily, What, you want to stop me? Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. A powerful killing intent spread out from his body and exploded into the depths of Wei Penghong's heart. His heart trembled, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back. What do you want to do? Wei Penghong's throat rolled as he braced himself. Wei Penghong, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Qinfeng's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Penghong, why haven't you left yet? Wei Shirtong was clear about Yi Qinfeng's lawlessness and believed that he really dared to kill Wei Penghong. Father, you can't let him escape. If he escapes, we won't be able to answer to the Li family and the Demon God Palace. Wei Penghong took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's proud back, Wei Shirtong hesitated for a while before sighing and saying, Young Master Yi, you should leave. Don't ever come back. Hearing Wei Shirtong's words, Yi Qinfeng didn't stay any longer and left the Wei family mansion. Father, why did you let him go? If the Demon God Palace knows that we let him go, they will definitely vent their anger on our Wei family. At that time, our Wei family will be consigned to eternal damnation. Wei Penghong anxiously said as he watched Yi Qinfeng leave. Penghong, do you think we can capture him alive with our Wei family's strength? Wei Shirtong asked. Thinking of the scene where Yi Qinfeng humiliatedly Daimeng, Wei Penghong was speechless. Buzz buzz! Just as the entire Wei clan was shrouded in a layer of haze, the communication bead in Wei Zhonghai's arm suddenly vibrated. When Wei Zhonghai heard the contents of the communication bead, his eyes widened in shock. What's wrong, Zhonghai? Did something happen again? Wei Shirtong asked in a low voice. Looking at the dumbfounded Quan Tian, Wei Shirtong sensed something was wrong. According to the report of my Wei family spies, the Demon God Palace has been set ablaze. It is suspected that someone has annihilated it. Wei Zhonghai took a deep breath and tried to suppress the shock in his heart. What? Wei Shirtong, Wei Penghong, and the others all cried out in shock. Big brother, did your informants make a mistake? What kind of existence is the Demon God Palace? How could they be wiped out by someone? Wei Penghong couldn't believe this shocking news at all. Did my Wei family really make the wrong choice? Thinking of Yi Qinfeng's words, Wei Shirtong immediately took out his communication bead and sent a message to his close friends to confirm the authenticity of the news. The Demon God Palace was really destroyed. After confirmation, Wei Shirtong had no choice but to accept this fact. The Demon God Palace that stood at the edge of Aeon City for countless years was destroyed overnight. Father, do you think the Demon God Palace was destroyed by young noble Yi? Wei Zhonghai asked in a low voice as he looked at Wei Shirtong, whose eyes were filled with deep regret. Even if it wasn't Yi Qinfeng, it must be the force behind him. Wei Shirtong sighed deeply. Ai, my Wei family has missed a great opportunity. How could this be? Wei Penghong and his father fell into a deep panic. It could be said that their relationship with Yi Qinfeng had deteriorated to the extreme, and they were very worried about Yi Qinfeng's revenge. Yi Qinfeng even dared to destroy the Demon God Palace, so he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Father, Do you think it's possible for my Wei family to ease the relationship with young noble Yi? Wei Zhonghai angrily glared at the pale and uneasy Wei Penghong. If he hadn't instigated and shaken Wei Sherdong's heart, perhaps the Wei family would still be on good terms with Yi Qinfeng. Difficult, too difficult. Wei Shirtong shook his head and fell into deep regret. Grandfather, maybe you can let me try. Wei Xinyue's eyes flickered as she bit her lips and finally made up her mind. Yes, Xinyue is one of the 4 beauties of Aeon City. Maybe she can move young noble Yi and make him forgive us. Wei Penghong was really afraid of Yi Qinfeng's revenge. AI, all right, you are, go ahead and try. If there really is an opportunity to ease the relationship, my Wei family is willing to pay any price. Wei Shirtong sighed softly. It was late at night, and the bright moonlight poured down, as if covering Aeon City with a layer of silver gauze. Just as the entire Aeon City was in an uproar because of the news of the demonic Dao Palace's destruction, Wei Xinyue arrived at the ancient courtyard where Yi Qinfeng lived. She wore a white chiffon miniskirt, which accentuated her tall and alluring figure. She had light makeup on her face, and her body emitted a fragrance. Under the moonlight, her long legs glowed. Young noble Yi, you has something to ask of you. Wei Xinyue took a deep breath, adjusted her inner breath, and gently knocked on the courtyard door. Her clear voice floated into the quiet courtyard. Creak! Wei Xinyue waited in silence for a while before the closed courtyard door opened. What are you here for? Yi Qinfeng, who was drinking tea under an ancient tree in the courtyard, looked at Wei Xinyue, who wore a tulle short skirt and had an outstanding temperament, and said coldly, Young noble Yi, my Wei family was wrong. Please forgive us. Wei Xinyue bowed deeply towards Yi Qinfeng and said apologetically. As she bowed, her plump jade peaks drooped down, an enchanting arc burned the eyes. But Yi Qinfeng didn't give it a second glance. Yi Qinfeng took a sip of spirit tea and slowly said, I have nothing to do with your Wei family. Right or wrong is no longer important. Okay, it's getting late. You can go back. Yi Qinfeng ordered her to leave. Young noble Yi, I don't know what will make you forgive my Wei family. As long as you say it, my Wei family will be satisfied. Wei Xinyue refused to give up and continued to ask with a pitiful appearance. I already said, I have nothing to do with your Wei family, Yi Qinfeng coldly said. But you don't have to worry about my revenge. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't do anything to you. Young noble Yi, what if my Wei family is willing to give you the key to enter the ancient divine ruin? Seeing Yi Qinfeng's cold expression, Wei Xinyue revealed a trace of bitterness and hesitated for a moment before asking. The key to the ancient divine ruin. Yi Qinfeng slightly raised his head and looked at Wei Xinyue's charming face. It seems that your Wei family is not stupid. Okay, if you are willing to give me the key, I can leave behind an opportunity for your Wei family. Yi Qinfeng originally wanted to find an opportunity to let Long Xiaotian directly seize the key from the Wei family, but the Wei family took the initiative to ask. He knew that Wei Shirtong should have seen through his intentions. Thank you, young noble Yi. Hearing Yi Qinfeng relenting, Wei Xinyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Young noble Yi, before we came, grandfather said that other than the key to the ancient divine ruin, he also wants to give you something. What? Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. Chapter 1809. Honey Trap. Looking at the charming Wei Xinyue with watery eyes, Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly. There was no fluctuation in his eyes at all. Young Master Yi, I know you are a divine dragon of the 9 heavens, and I am not worthy of you. But if you are willing, I am willing to be your maid and serve you forever. Looking at the faint smile on Yi Qinfeng's face, Wei Xinyue gently bit her lips and said, Xinyue, find a good man to marry. Your happiness should not be tied to the fate of the Wei clan. Yi Qinfeng lightly said, Young Master Yi, All right, Xinyu, it's getting late. Go back. As long as your Wei clan is willing to give me the key to the ancient divine ruin, I will fulfill my promise. Although Wei Xinyue was very beautiful, Yi Qinfeng had too many beautiful women by his side. He could no longer tolerate her presence and ordered her to leave. All right, I will bring the key to the ancient divine ruin tomorrow. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's repeated refusal, Wei Xinyue revealed a trace of sadness. She did not stay any longer and turned to leave. After Wei Xinyue left, Yi Qinfeng opened the restrictions in the courtyard and returned to the 5th level of the universe realm. He continued to comprehend the Time Divine Tree Branch, the Tao of Artifact Control, and the 3,000 Transformation God Fist. The next morning, Wei Shitong, Wei Zhonghai, and Wei Xinyue arrived at Yi Qinfeng's ancient courtyard early in the morning to pay their respects to him. Wei Penghong and his son were already scared out of their wits and didn't dare to see Yi Qinfeng at all. After accepting the key to the ancient divine ruin from Wei Shitong, Yi Qinfeng ordered them to leave and continued to comprehend and cultivate in the universe realm. Soon, a year passed in the outside world. The uproar caused by the destruction of the Demon Palace gradually died down. In order to avoid causing more misunderstandings, Wei Shitong sealed the news. Wei Penghong and his father were even more afraid of Yi Qinfeng's revenge and did not dare to spread the news that the destruction of the Demon Palace was caused by Yi Qinfeng. As for the Li clan who knew the inside story, they were even more frightened by Yi Qinfeng's bloody methods. They could only choose to swallow their anger and did not dare to retaliate. Phew, it's been 30 years. I finally comprehended the rules of time reversal. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to 30 years in the 5th level of the universe realm. In these 30 years, Yi Qinfeng, with the help of the God-devouring brain, successfully comprehended the laws of time reversal and perfected the Tao of equipment manipulation. However, the 3,000 God-transforming fist was too profound. Yi Qinfeng had studied it for 30 years and could only unleash 50% of its power. If he wanted to cultivate the 3,000 God-transforming fist to the extreme and unleash its strongest power, he still needed to continue comprehending it. Phew, it's time to consume that drop of blood. Feeling that he wouldn't be able to fully comprehend the 3,000 God-transforming fist technique in a short time, Yi Qinfeng took out the ancestor god's blood sealed in the black crystal and swallowed it. He quickly refined it, increasing the strength of his Grand Mist bloodline and increasing his strength. Boom! When the blood of the ancestor god entered Yi Qinfeng's body, it was like an erupting volcano, erupting with shocking bloodline power that flowed through Yi Qinfeng's crisscrossing meridians and rampaged through his body. Grand Mist bloodline, suppress. Feeling how terrifying this drop of blood of the ancestor god was, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Grand Mist bloodline to suppress it. Although the blood of the ancestor god was powerful, it was powerless against the number 1 bloodline in the universe, the Grand Mist bloodline. It was instantly suppressed by the Grand Mist bloodline. Merge. After successfully suppressing the blood of the ancestor god, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Grand Mist bloodline to merge with the blood of the ancestor god, increasing the strength of the Grand Mist bloodline and making a breakthrough to the 6-star Tao God realm. Time flew by quickly. Yi Qinfeng refined the blood of the ancestor god for close to 30 years in the 5th level of the universe realm. Finally, he completely refined it into the Grand Mist bloodline, making the Grand Mist bloodline even more powerful. He also raised his strength to the peak of the 5-star Tao God realm and almost stepped into the 6-star Tao God realm. Just as Yi Qinfeng endured the loneliness and focused on cultivating in the 30 times faster time flow, the remnant soul he left in the outside world sensed Wei Xinyue's appearance outside the ancient courtyard. With a thought, he left the universe realm and appeared outside. There's a matter. Looking at Wei Xinyue, who was wearing a long white dress and had an elegant temperament, Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, "Young Master Yi, The city lord is holding an antique trade fair at the Golden Glaze Pavilion tomorrow night. Grandfather asked me to ask if you are interested in participating." Wei Xinhua looked at Yi Qinfeng's chiseled face and felt that he had become even scarier after not seeing him for 2 years. She asked softly, "Antique trade fair?" Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up and said, "I wonder what the scale of the trade fair will be like tomorrow night." Tomorrow night, the city lord will only invite the 6 strongest clans in Aeon City to participate. I heard from grandfather that the city lord might also take out some antiques to trade. Wei Xinhua said, "All right, I got it. Tell me the time and the location of the Golden Glaze Pavilion. I will be there on time tomorrow night." Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, "This is the invitation. We will be waiting for young Master Ye's arrival at the Golden Glaze Pavilion tomorrow night." Wei Xinhua handed a glittering invitation card with a golden lion engraved on it to Yi Qinfeng. "Antique trade fair. I hope there will be some gains." Yi Qinfeng glanced at the golden invitation card and returned to the universe realm to continue his cultivation. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow sprinkled down. The beautiful Aeon City was filled with specks of golden light that complemented the sunset, outlining an enchanting picture. This Golden Glaze Pavilion is really luxurious. Yi Qinfeng arrived at the foot of a green mountain early in the morning. The Golden Glaze Pavilion was built in a dazzling splendor. Looking at this famous building in Aeon City, he couldn't help but sigh at the extravagance of the Void God World's great powers. "It's you. You are actually still in Aeon City." Yi Qinfeng took out the invitation card. After it was appraised, he entered the Golden Glazed Pavilion, which was filled with dazzling golden lights, melodious zither music, and blooming flowers. At that moment, a cold female voice rang in his ears. "Mayor, who is he?" A man dressed in gorgeous clothes and wearing a crown with an extraordinary bearing walked over slowly while holding the soft waist of Bei Xuemei, who had been thrown into the lake by Yi Qinfeng. He looked at Yi Qinfeng's unfamiliar face. A gigolo who relied on a woman from the Wei clan to climb up. Because of Yi Qinfeng, the Wei clan had directly annulled the engagement between Bei Xuemei and Wei Hingyi. This made Bei Xuemei feel extremely humiliated and angry. Fortunately, she had a hot figure and extraordinary means. She used her beauty and body to quickly hook up with the Qi clan's eldest young master, Qi Tingu. "What? Was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? Do you believe that I will throw you out again?" Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank as he looked at Bei Xuemei, who was constantly provoking him, and warned her coldly. "You!" After Yi Qinfeng exposed her scar, Bei Xuemei became even angrier. However, when she thought of Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, her insults were stuck in her throat. "Mother asterisk her! How dare you threaten my woman?" Bei Xuemei was a little afraid of Yi Qinfeng, but Qi Tingu, one of the top playboys in Aeon City, was not. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and shouted loudly. Qi Tiangu's shout immediately attracted a lot of people. However, Yi Qinfeng rarely showed himself in Aeon City. Therefore, other than the Wei clan, almost no one had seen him before. "Impudent! What are you doing?" Just as Yi Qinfeng spat out a sword gleam from his fingertip, a dignified shout was heard. A one-star Tao god with a thick beard wearing golden armor appeared. "Today is the Antique Trade Fair, held by the city lord. No one is allowed to cause trouble. Otherwise, I will break your legs and chase you out. Brat, just you wait. This is not over." Chapter 1810. Qi Family. A cold light flashed in Yi Qinfeng's eyes. However, Yi Qinfeng was very interested in the antique trade fair. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart and slowly walked into the Golden Glaze Pavilion under the suspicious gazes of the crowd. "Who is that person? I've never seen him before. He doesn't seem to be from the 6 great families. He offended the Qi family and the Bei family. I'm afraid he won't have a good time." Many men and women who didn't know Yi Chen-feng hid together and whispered. In their opinion, Yi Chen-feng offended Qi Tiangu and Bei Xuemei. It was no different from courting death. Tiangu, what happened just now? Who did you have a conflict with? A tall man wearing a black robe with cloud patterns and a golden crown asked in a low voice when he saw Qi Tiangu walking over with Bei Xuemei, who had a hot figure and exposed a large area of snow-white skin and 2 seductive curves. His body emitted a faint sword intent. A pretty boy who wants to eat swan meat. I'll teach him a lesson after the antique trade fair. Qi Tiangu didn't take Yi Chen-feng seriously at all. He was prepared to take revenge after the trade fair and let him know how powerful he was. Tiangu, do you want me to use the illusion Dao intent to teach him a lesson and embarrass him? A man wearing a white martial arts suit with long purple hair, deep eyes, and a strange totem engraved on his forehead said with a smile full of evil intentions. Sure. Qi Tiangu's eyes lit up when he thought about how the white-robed man had cultivated the illusion Dao intent to an extremely high level. You guys wait here. I'll make him lie on the ground and bark like a dog later. The white-robed man revealed a sinister smile. He gently pulled a wine glass and slowly walked toward Yi Chen-feng. Kid, I heard that you're very arrogant and dare to offend anyone. The white-robed man walked to Yi Chen-feng's side. His eyes flickered with a sinister light as he spoke provocatively. Get lost. Looking at the white-robed man with malicious intentions, Yi Chen-feng didn't waste any time and said coldly, You really have guts. The white-robed man's face sank as his eyes that flowed with a violet light emitted a powerful illusion Dao insight that was like a myriad of stars that pierced straight towards Yi Chen-feng's eyes, and he wanted to use the illusion to control Yi Chen-feng's consciousness. Humph! You dare to provoke me with this kind of ability? Yi Chen-feng's saint will appear in his eyes and instantly crush the incoming illusions, forming a powerful force of illusions that blasted into the white-robed man's soul sea. Not good. The white-robed man hadn't expected that Yi Chen-feng's cultivation of the illusory Dao insight had far surpassed his own, and he instinctively wanted to dodge. However, Yi Chen-feng's sacred illusion Dao diagram was too powerful. It instantly took control of his mind and consciousness. Sima Jie has made his move. This is going to be a good show. Guess how Sima Jie will humiliate that little bastard. Feeling the aura of the illusory Dao insight, Qi Tian Valley and the others revealed sinister smiles as they looked at Yi Chen-feng, who stood with his back facing them. The more ruthless, the better. I want to let him know the consequences of offending me. Thinking of the humiliation that Yi Chen-feng brought to her, Bei Xuemei gnashed her teeth in hatred. Don't worry. I think he won't have the face to stay here soon. When he leaves, it won't be a matter of minutes for us to play him to death. The man in a black robe with cloud patterns took a sip of the fragrant wine and revealed a faint smile. This black-robed man was the #1 person among the younger generation in Aeon City. He had broken through to the 1-star Dao God realm in less than 5,000 years of cultivation, and he was extremely talented, Sima Changqing. Kneel. Just as Sima Changqing and the others were waiting for the scene of Sima Jie humiliating Yi Chen-feng, a thunderous voice sounded. In the next moment, under the gazes of many pairs of almost stunned eyes, Sima Jie, who was arrogant and insufferably arrogant just now, knelt on the ground like a dog. Silence. Incomparable silence. Although Sima Jie's talent and strength were not as good as Sima Changqing's, compared to the disciples of the other families, Sima Jie's talent and strength were more than one level higher. The Sima family was known as the #1 family in Aeon City, and no one dared to offend them. But now, one of the 2 heroes of the Sima family, Sima Jie, knelt on the ground like a dog. This shocking scene stunned everyone. How could this be? What happened to brother Sima Jie? Qi Tiangu's eyes widened as he said with a face full of shock. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Expert, That person is an illusion expert. He should have controlled Sima Jie's soul through the illusion Tao intent, Sima Changqing said with an ugly expression. Yi Qinfeng knelt in front of everyone, and it was undoubtedly a slap to the Sima family's face. Go bite them. Just as Sima Changqing was furious and was about to attack, Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around and looked at the gloomy Sima Changqing as he coldly ordered. Roar! Sima Jie let out a roar that didn't sound like a human's, and he crawled on all fours like a dog as he opened his mouth and bit towards Sima Changqing and the others. For a time, the dazzling hall with numerous enormous crystal lamps that emitted an aura of wealth fell into chaos, and it alarmed the guards. Bang! Just when everyone who didn't know what was going on approached to watch, Sima Changqing swiftly pointed out with his finger, and it was like a cold star that pierced through the warehouse as it tapped on Sima Jie's head. The powerful force of his finger pierced into the depths of Sima Jie's soul and directly knocked him out. Young Master Sima, what exactly happened? Hearing the noisy noise, a white-haired old man in a snow-white robe, with a snow-white beard and a pair of bright eyes, slowly walked over with several guards of the city lord's mansion and questioned in a low voice. I'm sorry, Elder Chu. My younger brother cultivates the illusion Tao intent and might have suffered from qi deviation. I'll order someone to send him back right now. Sima Changqing used the corners of his eyes to glance at Yi Qinfeng, who had a cold and indifferent expression as he spoke apologetically. Young Master Sima, the city governor gathered the 6 great clans to hold the antique trade fair today. Please restrain yourselves and don't let such a thing happen again. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone. The old manager of the city governor's estate, Elder Chu, didn't believe Sima Changqing's explanation at all and warned coldly. Don't worry, Elder Chu. I guarantee that such a thing won't happen again. Although the Sima clan was the #1 aristocratic clan in Aeon City, they didn't dare offend the city governor, so he had no choice but to put down his pride and guarantee as he looked at the right hand of the city governor. Elder Chu nodded and turned around to leave with the guards of the city governor's estate. Elder Chu, please wait. Meanwhile, Sima Changqing used the corners of his eyes to glance at Yi Qinfeng and suddenly called out to Elder Chu, Is there anything else? Elder Chu frowned slightly as he slowly turned around and asked in a low voice. Elder Chu, the city governor, is holding the antique trade fair at the Golden Glaze Pavilion today and only invited the 6 great clans to participate. Moreover, his appearance is unfamiliar and isn't a member of the 6 great clans. I suspect that he snuck in with ill intentions. Sima Changqing suddenly pointed at Yi Qinfeng and made him become the target of public criticism. Elder Chu's pupils constricted as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had an indifferent expression and was neither happy nor sad, and his brows knit together tighter. Childish. Sima Changqing, I never expected that you're as childish as her. Do you know that she's already used this little trick? But in the end, she was thrown into the lake by me, whereas I'm fine. Chapter 1811. You, being exposed by Yi Qinfeng in front of so many people. Bei Xiumei was so angry that her face turned red. Her body trembled, and the flames in her eyes seemed to want to melt Yi Qinfeng. Humph, am I wrong? You are not a member of the 6 great families, so what qualifications do you have to participate in the antique trade fair organized by the city lord? Sima Changqing coldly snorted, not backing down. Young Master Sima is right. This antique trade fair only invited the 6 great families. Outsiders are not qualified to participate. Old Chu nodded. If you are not a member of the 6 great families, then this old man can only ask you to leave. What if I don't leave? Before seeing the many antiques in Aeon City, Yi Qinfeng would never leave. In his eyes, Sima Changqing was just a clown. If they really didn't know what was good for them, Yi Qinfeng wouldn't mind killing them with a wave of his hand. As for the consequences of killing Sima Changqing, Yi Qinfeng didn't care. He believed that the Wei family who wanted to befriend him would take care of everything. This is not up to you. Old Chu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He was about to order people to drive Yi Qinfeng out. Impudent Chu Hong, who gave you the guts to drive out my Wei family's most important guest? Suddenly, an angry roar resounded. Wei Shirtong walked in, accompanied by Wei Zhonghai and Wei Xingyue. He was wearing a flood dragon embroidered robe, and his body emitted a faint ancestral pressure. Old Wei, he is your Wei family's honored guest? Old Chu didn't put Sima Chongqing in his eyes, but Wei Shirtong was an important figure in Aeon City. Even City, Lord Gu Jianglu wasn't willing to offend him. Moreover, from the ancestral pressure Wei Shirtong was emitting, it was very likely that he had stepped into the half-step ancestor realm. That's right, young Master Yi is my Wei family's honored guest. Whoever dares to disrespect young Master Yi is my Wei family's enemy. After learning how Yi Qinfeng destroyed the demon god palace, Wei Shirtong wanted to befriend him, so he overbearingly replied, "Who is this guy? He is actually worthy of Wei Shirtong's protection. I was wondering why he dared to challenge Sima Chongqing. So it turns out that he has Wei Shirtong behind him." Hearing Wei Shirtong's reply, quite a few people revealed astonished expressions. The way they looked at Yi Qinfeng changed greatly. Elder Wei, you should know that only members of the 6 great families are allowed to participate in the antique trade fair this time. Outsiders are not allowed. Although Elder Chu was annoyed by Wei Shirtong's attitude, he did not dare to contradict him. He could only explain, you should be glad that young Master Yi is here. Otherwise, how many treasures can we take out with just a few great families?" Wei Shirtong snorted coldly. This. Elder Chu didn't expect Wei Shirtong to praise Yi Qinfeng so much. He was suddenly in a dilemma. Sima Chongqing, Qi Tiangu, and the others were even more surprised. They kept guessing Yi Qinfeng's identity. "Well, if the city lord asks, I will explain it to the city lord. Go do what you need to do." Wei Shirtong waved his hand and said impatiently, "All right." Elder Chu looked meaningfully at the calm Yi Qinfeng and left with the guards of the city lord's mansion. When Sima Chongqing, Qi Tiangu, and the others saw that Yi Qinfeng had Wei Shirtong's support, they did not dare to offend him and quickly left. "I'm sorry, young Master Yi. I've caused trouble for you again." Although Wei Shirtong had cultivated the 3,000 transformation god fist and successfully stepped into the half-ancestor realm, he was still very respectful to Yi Qinfeng and did not dare to offend him. "It's fine, just a few clowns." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said indifferently, "Young Master Yi, the antique trade fair is about to begin. Let's talk inside." Wei Shirtong said politely, "All right." Yi Qinfeng nodded. Accompanied by Wei Shirtong, he came to the antique trade fair with a faint sandalwood fragrance and pots of green plants. "Elder Wei, congratulations on breaking through to the half-ancestor realm." When Yi Qinfeng, Elder Wei, and Sima Chongqing had just sat down, a deep voice sounded. A middle-aged man in a white robe with white hair and gave off a scholarly feeling led Sima Chongqing and the others to the trade fair. When he saw Wei Shirtong chatting with Yi Qinfeng while drinking tea, he immediately walked over. "I also broke through by luck." Wei Shirtong put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the Sima family's patriarch, Sima Ju, and said indifferently, "By the way, Elder Wei, this is—" Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting beside Wei Shirtong and drinking tea in silence, Sima Ju's expression was indifferent as he asked in a low voice, "This is young Master Yi, a distinguished guest of my Wei family. If anyone dares to disrespect young Master Yi, they will be my Wei family's enemy." Wei Shirtong said rudely, "Haha, Elder Wei must be joking." Sima Ju took the initiative to come here because he knew about the conflict between Yi Qinfeng and Sima Chongqing. He wanted to test Yi Qinfeng's identity. Seeing Wei Shirtong's attitude towards Yi Qinfeng, he couldn't help but frown. Sima Changqing looked at Yi Chenfeng with eyes full of coldness. Patriarch Li has arrived. Just as Sima Ju was about to leave, a low voice sounded. Li Daimeng died, and Li Yifeng, who took her position as the patriarch, came with several experts of the Li family. Demon Palace was destroyed and Li Daimeng died, causing the Li family status in Aeon City to drop greatly. If it weren't for Li Yifeng's terrifying strength, the Li family might have been replaced by the Xie family or the Bei family and dropped out of the four great families. When Li Yifeng walked into the auction hall and saw Yi Chenfeng drinking tea in silence, his face changed instantly. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that the destruction of Demon Palace was caused by Yi Chenfeng, the timing of Demon Palace's destruction and Li Daimeng's death was too coincidental. He couldn't help but suspect that the mastermind behind the scenes was Yi Chenfeng. Yifeng greets young Master Yi. After hesitating for a while, Li Yifeng, who had just been in charge of the Li family for 2 years, quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply to Yi Chenfeng under the shocked gazes of Sima Ju and Sima Changqing. Wow! Seeing Li Yifeng's action, the entire auction hall was filled with gasps. Pairs of horrified eyes were cast at Yi Chenfeng, who was calmly drinking tea in silence. Who the hell is this guy? He actually made Patriarch Li bow to him. Heavens! Could he be a direct disciple of an overlord of the void god realm? Looking at the indifferent expression of Yi Chenfeng, the experts of the major forces who had arrived early began to discuss and speculate about Yi Chenfeng's identity. Li family. Yi Chenfeng slowly drank the spirit tea in his cup under the horrified gazes of the crowd. Remember to keep your eyes open in the future, and don't do stupid things again. Yes, yes. Yifeng will remember young Master Ye's words. Li Yifeng's heart trembled. Through Yi Chenfeng's slow and careful words, many of his guesses were confirmed, and his heart was filled with fear. Yi Chenfeng raised his head slightly, glanced at Li Yifeng, Sima Ju, and the others, and said lightly, "All right, the trade fair is about to begin. You can all disperse." "Yes, yes," Li Yifeng said, respectfully, while Sima Ju's eyes revealed a trace of annoyance. However, the shrewd Li Yifeng suppressed the anger in his heart and left with Sima Changqing and the others. As time passed, more and more people from the 6 great families arrived, and the spacious trading hall was filled with people. Chapter 1812. Peak of the Half-Martial Ancestor Realm. Looking at the ancient sky city, Lord Gu Jianglu, the God-Eater brain, quickly deduced his true strength. The demonic palace had been outside the Aeon City for countless years, but it had never invaded the Aeon City. It was probably because it was afraid of this person. Congratulations, Old Wei. You have broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm. With you in charge, the Wei family will prosper. Gu Jianglu, who had an extraordinary bearing, looked at Wei Shirtong and congratulated him softly. As Yi Chenfeng was too unfamiliar and too young, he only glanced at him and skipped over Yi Chenfeng. Compared to the city lord, this old man's strength is not enough. Wei Shirtong said with a smile. However, he believed that it would not be easy for Gu Jianglu to defeat him, as he had cultivated the supreme divine ability, 3,000 Transformation God Fist. After exchanging a few words with Wei Shirtong, Gu Jianglu said a few words to Sima Ju and the others before coming to the main seat to host today's Ancient Treasure Trade Fair. All right, this Ancient Treasure Trade Fair will be the same as the previous years. Starting from me, everyone will take out their ancient treasures for everyone to appraise. Those who like it can exchange items with others. You are not allowed to use threats during the exchange. Gu Jianglu briefly explained the rules of the Ancient Treasure Trade Fair. He took out 5 extremely ancient treasures from his universe ring and suspended them in front of him. City Lord, may I know where these 5 ancient treasures came from? Is there anything special about them? Qi Hanqing, the patriarch of the Qi family, stared at the 5 ancient treasures floating in front of Gu Jianglu. He could not see anything special about them and asked, I obtained these 3 ancient treasures in a place of opportunity when I was traveling in the void god world. These 2 ancient treasures came from the ancient divine ruins. However, I have studied them for tens of thousands of years and have not been able to discover their secrets. However, I feel that these 5 ancient treasures are extraordinary. Gu Jianglu said, slowly. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the 5 ancient treasures that Gu Jianglu had taken out. He closed his eyes and controlled the God-Eater brain to sense them. Wei Shirtong, Sima Ju, and the others also released their powerful soul power to sense the ancient treasures. They wanted to appraise their value through the traces on the surface of the ancient treasures. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense for half an incense stick's worth of time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at a walnut-sized, dark gray stone fruit that came from the primordial god ruins. City Lord, I would like to touch this stone fruit. Can I? Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense it several times before speaking. Sure. Gu Zhonglu took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng's unfamiliar face and frowned slightly. In the end, he still handed the stone fruit to Yi Qinfeng. Ancient god blood, there is ancient god blood in this stone fruit. As Yi Qinfeng gently stroked the stone fruit's bumpy outer shell, his eyes lit up. Through this close contact, he could basically confirm that this stone fruit contained ancient god blood, and there was more than one drop. City Lord, I really like this stone fruit. What can I use to exchange for it? Yi Qinfeng asked. His words caused many people to look at the stone fruit in his hand. However, this stone fruit was too old, and it was incomparably hard. Not even a quasi-ancestral artifact could break it open. The experts of the various factions released their powerful soul force to appraise it, but none of them were able to determine its value. As long as you can take out a treasure that can move me, I will give you this stone fruit. Gu Jianglu smiled and said, but if it can't move me, then there's no other way. Okay. Hearing the contempt in Gu Jianglu's words, Yi Qinfeng did not mind. With a thought, he took out a fist-sized black godstone that could devour all light. I wonder if this black godstone can be exchanged for a stone fruit? Black godstone! Seeing the black godstone in Yi Qinfeng's hand that could steal the light of heaven and earth, the silent hall could not help but be filled with gasps. Pairs of burning eyes were cast on the black godstone. The black godstone was a divine stone used to forge ancestral artifacts. Its value was immeasurable, and the black godstone that Yi Qinfeng took out was the size of a fist. If it was given to the void god world's top refiner, they could definitely forge an ancestral artifact. Damn, where did this guy come from? He actually used a black godstone to exchange for a stone fruit. This is too wasteful. Could it be that the value of this stone fruit is greater than the black godstone? Absurd thoughts appeared in the minds of the experts of the various families. There were even some who prayed that Gu Jianglu would refuse the transaction. If that happened, they would have a chance to obtain the black godstone from Yi Qinfeng. Haha, I really underestimated this little friend. I didn't expect this little friend to have such an ancestral artifact. Coming back to his senses, Gu Jianglu could not help but look at Yi Qinfeng in a higher light and said, Good, since this little friend took out the black godstone for the transaction, I will give this stone fruit to this little friend. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng completed the transaction with Gu Jianglu and obtained the stone fruit that contained the ancient god blood. And with the ancient god blood inside the stone fruit, Yi Qinfeng was completely confident that he could break through to the 6-star Tao God realm in a short time. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else who wants to make a transaction? After successfully obtaining a black god stone, Gu Jianglu couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face as he looked at the crowd and asked. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Li Yifeng used a half-ancestral pellet to exchange for a black bead. As for the others, because they couldn't appraise the value of the other antiques, they did not take the risk to make a transaction. After Gu Jianglu took out the antiques, it was the turn of the number one family of Aeon City, the Sima family. Ladies and gentlemen, this time, my Sima family has brought 6 great treasures. Among them, 3 are antiques, and the other 3 are supreme, grade, transcendent saint artifacts. After saying that, Sima Ju summoned the 6 great treasures, which floated in front of him, and said slowly, Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense the 3 great antiques in front of Sima Ju and looked at a skull. He felt that there was an incomparably powerful soul sealed in the skull. If the God-Eater brain could devour it, it could definitely evolve again. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to take out the treasure to make a transaction with Sima Ju, the corner of Sima Ju's mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of a crafty smile. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and said, Young Master Yi, do you still have more black godstones? If you do, I will give these 3 antiques to you. Humph, of these 3 antiques, only one has some value. The other 2 are trash. You want to exchange them for black godstones? Yi Qinfeng coldly snorted and said without any trace of politeness, Young Master Yi, just now, there was indeed some unpleasantness between you and Chongqing. However, you can't slander my Sima family because of this. The smile on Sima Ju's face froze, and his voice gradually turned cold. Humph, are you worthy of being slandered by me? Yi Qinfeng coldly snorted and said, If I didn't see wrongly, the antique on your left is an ancestral beast egg that has died for God knows how many years. As for the antique on your right, it is sealed with a long withered Lingji mushroom. These 2 things are already dirty for me. You want to exchange them for black godstones? Venomous slander. These 3 great antiques are antiques that have been passed down in my Sima family for God knows how many years. Although my Sima family has never unraveled the secret, I can guarantee with my character that they are definitely not trash. Sima Ju said angrily, Yes, I believe in Brother Sima's character. The 3 great antiques that he took out are definitely treasures. Qi Hanqing stood out to support Sima Ju and said, Young Master Yi, let me give you a sentence. As a person, don't be narrow-minded and don't maliciously slander others. That will only lower yourself. Short-sighted, Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Sima Ju, do you dare to make a bet with me? What bet? Sima Ju slightly frowned and said, Let's bet on these 2 ancient objects. One of them contains a dead egg, and the other contains a dead spirit mushroom. If I'm wrong, then I'll give you this black divine stone as compensation. If I'm right, then the ancient object in the middle belongs to me. Yi Qinfeng smiled as he took out a fist-sized black divine stone. All right, for my Sima family's reputation, I will bet with you. Chapter 1813. Have you guys really decided to bet? Gu Jianglu took a sip of the spiritual tea. He looked at the calm Yi Qinfeng and the gloomy Sima Ju with a hint of interest. Yes, I want him to take back his words of slandering my Sima family. Sima Ju nodded his head and said righteously. However, his eyes were fixed on the black divine stone, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. I've already said it. Are you worthy of being slandered by me? Yi Qinfeng looked at Sima Ju with disdain and said disdainfully, You, Sima Ju, did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so hateful. He did not give him any face at all. Keep being arrogant. You'll be crying later. Sima Ju had studied the 3 great antiques for over 10,000 years, but he still couldn't figure out their value. He didn't believe that Yi Qinfeng would be able to see through 2 of the great antiques with just one look. Give me your antique. Yi Qinfeng put down the teacup in his hand and ordered. Humph! Sima Ju snorted coldly. He waved his arm lightly and sent the 2 ancient artifacts towards Yi Qinfeng. The 2 artifacts were about to hit Yi Qinfeng's body. Suddenly, the 2 artifacts seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Their flying speed slowed down, and they were easily caught by Yi Qinfeng. And this move he revealed caused many people to be extremely shocked. Demon Sealing Sword. Yi Qinfeng summoned the low-grade ancestral artifact, the Demon's Sealing Sword. He poured golden Dao energy into the Demon's Sealing Sword and activated more than 800 ancestral runes in the Demon's Sealing Sword. This sword is an ancestral artifact. Everyone present could not help but cry out in surprise when they sensed the ancestral aura emanating from the Demon's Sealing Sword. Even Gu Jianglu, who had remained calm despite the chaos, looked shocked. Although Gu Jianglu was a half-martial ancestor and had been in charge of Aeon City for countless years, he only had 2 half-martial ancestor artifacts and no ancestral artifacts. Looking at the Demon's Sealing Sword that was flowing with powerful ancestral runes and emitting ancestral might, his eyes widened and revealed a trace of greed. Motherf ***, who the hell is he? How could he have an ancestral artifact? Seeing that Yi Qinfeng actually possessed the legendary ancestral artifact, Sima Zhu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Open! Yi Qinfeng bellowed. Surging energy surged into his right hand. With a roar, he swung the Demon's Sealing Sword that shone with powerful ancestral runes and ruthlessly slashed at the first ancient artifact. Kacha! Although the hardness of antique surpassed that of quasi-ancestral artifacts, making it difficult for ordinary treasures to cut through them, the Demon's Sealing Sword was extremely powerful. Yi Qinfeng then erupted with another 200 billion gene of strength. With a single slash, cracks appeared on the surface of the antique. The entire trading hall trembled under Yi Qinfeng's sword attack. If it wasn't for the fact that the transaction hall was shrouded in a powerful restriction, the aftershock of this sword strike would have been enough to collapse the golden, glazed building. An ancestral artifact is indeed an ancestral artifact. It can even cut through such a hard antique. After witnessing the might of an ancestral artifact, the fiery light in Gu Jiangliu's eyes became even more intense. If he could take the Demon's Sealing Sword for himself, he believed that with his peak quasi-ancestor strength, he would be able to contend against a 1-star ancestral artifact. After one slash, Yi Qinfeng erupted with powerful energy. As if he was swinging a majestic mountain, he continued to slash at the cracked antique with the Demon's Sealing Sword. After 13 slashes, this incomparably hard antique was completely shattered. Along with a foul stench, an ancestral beast egg that had been dead for God knows how many years was revealed. See? Am I wrong? Is there a dead ancestral beast egg in this antique? Yi Qinfeng threw the stinking ancestral beast egg to Sima Zhu and coldly said, How can this be? Smelling the foul stench emitted from the ancestral beast egg, Sima Zhu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Yi Qinfeng would be able to sense the authenticity of this antique with just a glance. All right, let's begin to crack the second antique. Looking at the pale Sima Zhu, who couldn't accept the truth, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and continued to attack the second antique with the Demon's Sealing Sword in his hand. Bang, bang, bang! A series of heart-piercing vibrations rang out continuously. Under Yi Qinfeng's attacks with the Demon's Sealing Sword, more and more cracks appeared on the second antique. Finally, under Yi Qinfeng's continuous attacks, the second antique was shattered. Withered Ganoderma. Looking at the withered Ganoderma exposed in the broken antique, Sima Zhu's face was completely pale. He sat heavily on the armchair, unable to accept the truth. Now, do you believe my words? Looking at the dazed Sima Zhu, Yi Qinfeng coldly said, Young Master Yi is indeed capable. I'm convinced. Sima Zhu was also a character. Although the scene just now made him lose face, he quickly regained his composure and said, This antique belongs to young master. Saying that, Sima Zhu let Sima Chongqing, who had an ugly expression, give the last antique the skull to Yi Qinfeng. Young Master Yi, I wonder what method you used to see through the antique. Gu Jianglu found that Yi Qinfeng wasn't simple. He had never seen someone who could see through an antique with a glance. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had the ancestral artifact. This made him suspect Yi Qinfeng's identity. I guessed it. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and put away the skull. Then he poured himself a cup of spiritual tea and drank it slowly. Gu Jianglu looked deeply at Yi Qinfeng and didn't ask any more questions. He continued to host the auction and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone who wants to exchange the 3 top-grade Transcendent Saint artifacts?" Ancestral artifacts were too rare, and there weren't many of them in the void God world. Therefore, the top-grade Transcendent Saint artifacts were very popular. Very quickly, the 3 top-grade Transcendent Saint artifacts were exchanged. Originally, the Sima family was ranked first, Li family was second, Wei family was third, and Qi family was fourth. However, the demon god palace's destruction and Li Daimeng's death caused the Li family's overall strength to plummet. They fell to the bottom of the 4 families, and there were signs that they would be surpassed by the Bei family. Therefore, after the Sima family, it was the Wei family's turn to exchange their antiques. Wei Shitong gave the 3 most precious antiques to Yi Qinfeng, so they only took out 2 antiques and 3 high-grade Transcendent Saint artifacts. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense the Wei family's antiques and lost interest. After the Wei family, the Qi family, Li family, and Bei family took out their antiques, one after another. When the 3 great clans took out their antiques, they all looked at Yi Qinfeng at the same time, hoping to trade with him or to let him appraise the value of the antiques. Unfortunately, the antiques, Transcendent Saint artifacts, and Transcendent Saint pills they took out couldn't enter Yi Qinfeng's eyes. Yi Qinfeng sat in the armchair like an old monk drinking tea. He didn't even bat an eyelid. This made the 3 families feel helpless. Soon, more than 2 hours had passed. After the Bei clan and the Qi clan had completed their transaction, it was now the turn of the Xie clan, the weakest of the 6 great clans. After hesitating for a moment, the short Xie family's patriarch Xiawen took out an item from his spatial ring and showed it to everyone. Chapter 1814. What my Xie clan is preparing to trade with you is a sword's resolve. Xiawen removed the seal, revealing a fist-sized sword's core that was emitting a faint black light and flowing with powerful Tao intent. Ancestral sword's core. Swords' cores were the same as sword souls. They were ranked according to their color. A black sword's core symbolized that it had surpassed the sacred grade and reached the legendary ancestral grade. An ancestral grade sword's core was only a legend. Yi Qinfeng never thought that he would be lucky enough to see it. No matter what price I have to pay, I must obtain this ancestral grade sword's core. Yi Qinfeng decided inwardly as he stared at the black sword's core floating in front of Xiawen. Not only was Yi Qinfeng interested in the black sword's core, but Gu Jianglu, Sima Ju, and the others were also looking at the ancestral grade sword's core with a burning gaze. It could be said that the ancestral grade sword's core's value exceeded ordinary ancestral artifacts. If they could subdue the ancestral grade sword's core for their own use, it would definitely become a great trump card. Patriarch Xie, I like this ancestral grade sword's core very much. What do you want? As long as you say it, I'll trade with you. Gu Jianglu used his identity as the city lord to pressure Xiawen. He wanted to obtain the ancestral grade sword's core. I want strength, absolute strength. If everyone here can give me the battle strength of a half-martial ancestor and give me a half-martial ancestor artifact, I'll give this ancestral grade sword's core to him. Xiawen was also clear about the value of the ancestral grade sword's core. However, he had obtained it by chance and used any method he could think of to subdue it. Helpless, he could only take out the ancestral grade sword's core and seek a breakthrough in his strength. If he could possess the battle strength of a half-martial ancestor and obtain a half-martial ancestor artifact, Xie family would surpass Li family and become the 4th most powerful family in Aeon City. They might even become the leader of the 4 most powerful families in the near future and control countless resources. Patriarch Xie, I'm afraid no one here can fulfill your condition. Gu Jianglu had a half-martial ancestor artifact. For the ancestral grade sword's core, he was willing to take out a half-martial ancestor artifact. However, he knew that he couldn't let Xie Wen, who was a 5-star Dao god, possess the battle strength of a half-martial ancestor. That's right, Patriarch Xie. Why don't you change your condition? Maybe we can help you achieve it. Sima Ju nodded and agreed. Change the conditions. Taking out the ancestral grade sword essence was the same as forcing Xie Wen into a dead end. If he couldn't use the ancestral grade sword essence to exchange for what he wanted, this ancestral grade sword essence would most likely bring a calamity to him and the Xie family. Young Master Yi, are you willing to make a deal with me? Xie Wen gritted his teeth. Ignoring Gu Jianglu and Sima Ju's cold gazes, he looked at Yi Qinfeng. All right, I'll trade with you. Yi Qinfeng thought for a moment and put down the teacup in his hand. It's true. Young Master Yi, you can really help me possess the battle prowess of a half-martial ancestor for a short period of time. Xie Wen's eyes widened, revealing a trace of excitement. If not for the fact that Yi Qinfeng's actions had caused ripples in his heart, he might not have risked exposing his ancestral sword resolve. As for Gu Jianglu, Sima Ju, and the others, their faces became extremely gloomy, revealing a trace of killing intent. Yes. Yi Qinfeng nodded and took out the supreme treasures, the Desolate Stone, the Chaos Pearl, and a low-grade ancestral elixir that was sealed with a powerful seal. Although the Desolate Stone and the Chaos Pearl were very important to him, and fusing with these two treasures could raise his strength to the peak of a 6-star Dao god, these two items were not ancestral artifacts after all, and were far inferior to the Divine Blood Pearl. Once Yi Qinfeng broke through to the ancestral grade, these two items would be useless to him. Therefore, he took out these two treasures to exchange for the ancestral grade sword resolve. This is, looking at the three treasures that Yi Qinfeng took out, Xie Wen couldn't tell whether they were real or not. So he looked at Yi Qinfeng. This elixir is a low-grade ancestral elixir. If Patriarch Xie refines it, he can break through to the 6-star Dao God realm in a short period of time. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng removed the seal on the low-grade ancestral elixir. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance spread out from the ancestral elixir, filling the magnificent hall with the fragrance of the elixir. Just by smelling it, one's spirit would be greatly boosted. Low-grade ancestral elixir. Ancestral elixirs and ancestral artifacts were both extremely precious and rare items. Although Aeon City was a famous city in the Void God world, an ancestral elixir had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. And these two items are treasures that can raise one's strength. Once fused, it can raise Patriarch Xie's realm by 1 level in a short period of time. Looking at the excited Xie Wen, Yi Qinfeng continued. Really, these two treasures can raise my realm in a short period of time. One had to know that treasures that could raise one's realm were equally rare, and almost all of them were in the hands of the overlords of the Void God world. Yi Qinfeng nodded, forcibly removed the blood pact between the two treasures, and handed them to Xie Wen. If Patriarch Xie doesn't believe me, you can drip your blood on them now. At that time, you'll know whether I'm lying to you or not. Good. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xie Wen bit his finger and quickly dripped his blood on the Chaos Pearl and the Desolate Stone to bind them to his body. Soon he established a telepathic connection with the two treasures and attempted to fuse them. Although Xie Wen had just obtained ownership of the two treasures and could only display a small portion of their mysteries, he could clearly feel the increase in his strength and firmly believed Yi Qinfeng's words. Young Master Yi, as long as you give me another quasi-ancestor artifact, this ancestral sword soul will be yours, Xie Wen said excitedly. Which one do you want among these 3 quasi-ancestor artifacts? Yi Qin-feng had obtained many quasi-ancestor artifacts in the Tomb of the Great Void. In addition to what he had obtained from killing ancestor-level experts, Yi Qin-feng had quite a number of quasi-ancestor artifacts on him. With a thought, he summoned the 3 quasi-ancestor artifacts which floated in front of him. I want this quasi-ancestor saber. Xie Wen specialized in saber intent. When he saw the quasi-ancestor saber engraved with mysterious runes, he could no longer tear his eyes away. Okay. Yi Qin-feng nodded and handed the quasi-ancestor saber and low-grade ancestral core to Xie Wen. Under the envious gazes of Gu Jianglu and the others, he obtained the incomparably precious ancestral sword core. Young Master Yi, are you willing to trade these 2 quasi-ancestor artifacts? Seeing Yi Qin-feng's generosity and Wei Shidong's attitude towards him, many people could not help but suspect that Yi Qin-feng came from one of the Void God World's overlords. Sure, each quasi-ancestor artifact can be exchanged for 10 supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords. Although quasi-ancestor artifacts were much more precious than supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords, if he could obtain 20 supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords, Yi Qin-feng could form an even more powerful Cosmos sword array. This, young Master Yi, are other supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords okay? Li Yifeng pondered for a moment and asked politely, I only want supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords. Yi Qin-feng shook his head. Okay, I'll trade with you. Gu Jianglu took a deep breath and took out 10 supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords to trade for a quasi-ancestor spear. Although the other families had supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords, they could not gather 10 supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords. Young Master Yi, I want to trade with you, but I need to slowly gather 10 supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords. Is that okay? The more Wei Xinhua looked at the whip-shaped quasi-ancestor artifact, the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She gently bit her alluring red lips and said, Sure. Yi Qin-feng glanced at the beautiful and charming Wei Xinhua, nodded, and very generously gave her the whip-shaped quasi-ancestor artifact. Damn it, this Wei family is so shameless, actually using a beauty trap. Looking at the charming Wei Xinhua with watery eyes, many families revealed looks of disdain. However, in their minds, they were constantly calculating whether they should use this method to rope in the unfathomable Yi Qin-feng. Let's go back. Chapter 1815. Young Master Yi, you've exposed so many treasures in public today. You'll definitely be targeted. If you don't mind, why don't you stay in my Wei clan? Yi Qin-feng's actions today were too shocking. Even Wei Shidong was shocked. A bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs, not worth mentioning. Yi Qin-feng shook his head. His calm voice revealed a domineering aura. Young Master Yi, I'll gather 10 supreme-grade Heavenly Saint swords for you as soon as possible. Wei Xinhua looked at Yi Qin-feng's chiseled face and said softly, No hurry. It doesn't matter if you can't gather them all. Yi Qin-feng smiled and said, You don't have to worry too much. Okay, I'm going back. With that, Yi Qin-feng left the dazzling golden glazed pavilion alone and slowly walked back to the ancient courtyard. Sigh, I'm afraid Aeon City is going to change. Watching Yi Qin-feng's departing figure, Wei Shidong could smell a storm brewing and sighed in his heart. Returning to the ancient courtyard alone, Yi Qin-feng immediately opened the restriction and left a wisp of his soul in the courtyard before returning to the universe realm. Death Scythe, break for me! Yi Qin-feng held the supreme-grade ancestral artifact, Death Scythe, and slashed down a pitch-black blade shadow in the air, slashing at the skull. Crack! Under the attack of the Death Scythe, cracks appeared on the incomparably hard skull, and the restrictions on the skull were shattered. Immediately after, a powerful soul drilled out of the skull and turned into a ferocious demon face in the universe realm. It roared loudly at Yi Qin-feng. Universe realm, restrict. Sensing that the demon face had the soul power of a 3 stars ancestral artifact, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the power of the universe to surge over and form a mountain-like restriction that ruthlessly suppressed the demon face and restricted it. It roared furiously. God-Eater Brain, devour! When the demon face was suppressed by the power of the universe, the God-Eater Brain flew out of Yi Qinfeng's soul sea and turned into a terrifying devouring vortex that directly devoured the demon face. No! As the demon face roared furiously, it was forcefully torn apart by the devouring vortex, and its soul power was completely devoured by the God-Eater Brain. After devouring the soul of a 3 stars ancestral artifact, the God-Eater Brain split a large number of brain cells and gave birth to the embryonic form of a child brain. Keeping the God-Eater Brain the soul, Yi Qinfeng summoned the ancestral sword resolve, unlocking the seal on the sword essence. The sword, the sword, the swords, S attack, the space crisscross master, S, T suppressed in, the ancestor grade sword resolve attacked. Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the primal chaos divine wood. He controlled the primal chaos divine wood to block the ancestor grade sword resolve. The primal chaos 5 elements, light, swayed as it suppressed the sword resolve. Saint level sword soul, fuse. As the chaos divine wood was suppressing the ancestral sword resolve, the sacred level sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul and into the chaos divine wood. Borrowing the chaos divine wood's power, it forcibly merged with the ancestral sword resolve. Once the saint level sword soul fused with the sword soul, Yi Qinfeng's sword soul would undergo a qualitative leap and become a powerful sword soul with the power of an ancestral artifact. Phew! It's time to refine the 3 drops of ancient god blood in the stone fruit and break through to the 6-star Tao God realm. Yi Qinfeng held the death scythe and forcefully cut open the stone fruit. He extracted the 3 drops of dark gold ancient god blood that contained a vast amount of bloodline power and swallowed them into his stomach. He borrowed the immense bloodline power of the ancient god blood to break through to the 6-star Tao God realm. It was very difficult for a god-level expert to break through to the next level. Even if Yi Qinfeng had 3 drops of precious ancient god blood, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the 6-star Tao God realm in a short time in a 30-fold time flow. Fortunately, he had enough time to be patient. Yi Qinfeng quickly refined the ancient god blood and tried his best to break through to the 6-star Tao God realm. Just as Yi Qinfeng was hiding in the universe realm to break through to the 6-star Tao God realm, the entire Aeon City was no longer peaceful because of the antique trade fair. Investigate. I want to know the background and origin of that Yi brat. Although Gu Jianglu wanted to use the power he controlled to kill Yi Qinfeng and take everything from him, he was a little afraid of Yi Qinfeng's background. He had to suppress the killing intent in his heart and investigate Yi Qinfeng thoroughly. Not only was Gu Jianglu secretly investigating Yi Qinfeng, but the Sima clan, Qi clan, Bei clan, and Xie clan were also investigating Yi Qinfeng through various channels. Among them, Gu Jianglu even visited the Wei clan, who had a good relationship with Yi Qinfeng. He wanted to find out about Yi Qinfeng's identity through the Wei clan. However, Wei Shitong was not sure about Yi Qinfeng's true identity. No matter how Gu Jianglu tried to get information out of him, he did not get any valuable information. This made him very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Yi Qinfeng was causing a commotion in Aeon City, the Li clan revealed an important piece of information. The reason why Yi Qinfeng had so many treasures was that he had most likely obtained the inheritance of an almighty from the ancient times. His true identity had nothing to do with the ancient overlord-level forces. Although no one knew the authenticity of the information revealed by the Li clan, it still caused many people to be restless. Patriarch, aren't you afraid that young Master Yi will seek revenge after you spread the information about him like this? A plump woman wearing a white cheongsam with lotus roots and exuding a mature charm gently poured a cup of spiritual tea for Li Yifeng and said worriedly, "Don't you see that young Master Ye's intention is to expose so many treasures in public? He's waiting for the fish to take the bait. This way, he can legitimately deal with the other big clans. Also, since the incident with the Li clan, the other big clans have been suppressing us and trying to annex us. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that the Li clan is easy to bully." Li Yifeng crushed the back carved out of white jade and revealed a sinister expression. The undercurrent in Aeon City was surging, but Yi Qinfeng had not shown himself. Soon, more than 100 days had passed in the outside world, and more than 3,000 days had passed in the fifth level of the universe realm. In these 3 days, Yi Qinfeng had successfully refined 2 drops of ancient god blood. In addition to greatly improving the purity of the primordial blood, he had also stepped into the 6-star Tao god realm. With the help of the Chaos Divine Wood, the sacred sword soul had completely devoured the ancestor-level sword soul. Once the fusion was complete, it would break through to the ancestor-level sword soul. And the God-Eater brain had completely refined the soul of the 3-star ancestor-level Almighty and completed another transformation. Not only did it split a soul fragment, but it also successfully split a soul devour brain. The last drop of ancient god blood should be able to break through to the 6-star Tao god realm. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and swallowed the last drop of ancient god blood into his stomach. Using the enormous bloodline power released by the ancient god blood, he continued to break through the broken bottleneck of the realm and tried his best to break through to the next realm. Kacha, kacha! Under the impact of the enormous bloodline power, Yi Qinfeng's bottleneck of the realm was constantly broken, and Yi Qinfeng gradually touched a higher realm. Chapter 1816. Phew, I've finally broken through. The moment he broke through, Yi Qinfeng spat out a mouthful of turbid air and woke up from his cultivation. His strength had increased by 50 billion gene. His strength had increased by dozens of times, and his Grand Mist Blood's amplification time had exceeded 3 days. Feeling the changes in his body, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. Just the 3-day amplification of the Grand Mist Blood was already incomparably heaven-defying. This meant that Yi Qinfeng could possess endless Tao energy for 3 days. Even powerful ancestor-level experts would be exhausted to death by him. After briefly consolidating his cultivation, Yi Qinfeng cleared away all distracting thoughts and began to fuse with the soul fragment that the God-Eater brain had nurtured. Invincible sword body. Yi Qinfeng spent several days fusing with the soul fragment. The soul fragment had an incomparably profound divine ability, the invincible sword body. Invincible sword body. This divine ability is simply tailor-made for me. After briefly understanding the invincible sword body, Yi Qinfeng was deeply shocked by the power of the invincible sword body. He was excited. The invincible sword body was a powerful physique that was forged by using the body as a sword. Once it was executed, 10,000 swords would return to the origin. With a raise of the hand, 10,000 swords would be released simultaneously. It could greatly increase a sword cultivator's attack power. More importantly, Yi Qinfeng had cultivated his sword soul to the ancestor level. At that time, when he cultivated the invincible sword body, his attack power would be unparalleled in the world. He would be able to easily kill an ancestor-level expert. Ancestral sword crystal, what is this? Yi Qinfeng browsed through the cultivation method of the invincible sword body, and excitement in his heart disappeared. If he wanted to cultivate the invincible sword body, he first needed to find the ancestral sword crystal. Without the ancestral sword crystal, even if Yi Qinfeng grasped the cultivation method, he would not be able to cultivate the invincible sword body. The ancestral sword crystal was a powerful crystal formed from the sacred core of a sword expert after they passed away. It contained the sword expert's comprehension of the sword Tao when they were alive. However, in the long history of the Void God realm, there were not many almighty sword Dao experts, and it was even rarer for a sacred core to transform into an ancestral sword crystal. Therefore, to find an ancestral sword crystal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I'll go to the ancient god ruins first. I'll slowly search for the ancestral sword crystal later. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly. He memorized the cultivation method of the invincible sword physique and left the universe realm. Since the major forces can't find any information about me, they should be preparing to make a move. Just as Li Yifeng had guessed, the reason why Yi Qinfeng had made such a big splash at the antique trade fair and revealed so many amazing items was to arouse the greed of the major forces, so that they could seize the key to enter the primordial god ruins. Yi Qinfeng took a simple bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. He left the quiet courtyard and slowly walked out of Aeon City under the setting sun. The news of him walking out of the city also spread to the ears of all the major forces at the first moment. Aeon City, which had just quieted down, became chaotic again. Many forces sent spies to observe Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts. However, Yi Qinfeng's background was too deep. No one dared to be the first to make a move. They were all waiting for the other forces to test Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was in a good mood as he strolled around. When he walked out of Aeon City in the night, his sharp senses suddenly sensed danger approaching. Several ear-piercing sounds pierced through the night sky and approached him at a speed several times faster than normal. Assassination. Yi Qinfeng's expression did not change at all when he was suddenly attacked. You want to hurt me with just these assassins? You're too naive. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. More than 70 supreme-grade, transcendent sacred artifacts broke out of his body. Under the control of his mind, they quickly rotated and formed an airtight sword tornado. They directly crushed the assassination attacks of more than 10 black-clothed assassins. When Yi Qinfeng was about to counterattack, he suddenly felt a huge formation diagram appear above his head. The formation diagram slowly rotated, causing the entire space to tremble. Endless energy poured into the formation diagram like rivers flowing into the sea, increasing the power of the formation diagram. Thick pillars of pitch-black lightning broke out of the formation diagram. With the power of annihilation, they bombarded Yi Qinfeng, who was inside the sword tornado. They wanted to break the sword tornado and seriously injure Yi Qinfeng. Formation diagram. It seems you've been waiting for me for a long time. Looking at the sword tornado that blocked the power of the formation diagram, Yi Qinfeng's eyes revealed a ruthless look. Today, let me drag you out one by one. Cosmos, sword formation, give it to me. Yi Qinfeng's mind moved, and a supreme-grade, transcendent sacred sword flew straight into the sky. With a terrifying killing power, the sword stabbed into the slowly rotating formation diagram. The powerful sword power instantly passed into the formation diagram, causing the entire formation diagram to tremble violently and crack. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Yi Qinfeng stabbed the formation diagram, the black-clothed assassins who had besieged Yi Qinfeng earlier took out extremely powerful self-exploding stones and attacked Yi Qinfeng. Boom! 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 When the self-exploding stones were crushed by the sword tornado around Yi Qinfeng, they immediately released a destructive power. Like thousands of soldiers and horses, they galloped through the entire space, destroying everything. This power was so strong that it caused the entire Aeon City to tremble. Countless pairs of eyes looked out of the city. Swish! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sonic boom was heard. Before the black-clothed assassins could react, they only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and a blurry figure appeared in front of them. Immediately after, an extremely sharp sword light flashed in front of their eyes and cut off their heads. Uft! 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 Pillars of blood soared into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. With a single sword, the black-clothed assassins who had tried to assassinate Yi Qinfeng were all killed instantly. None of them survived. After killing all the black-clothed assassins with a single sword, Yi Qinfeng struck out a palm at the void. The terrifying palm light gathered the power of heaven and earth, and like a resplendent comet, it fiercely bombarded the formation diagram. With a single palm, it shattered the formation diagram that was set up with countless formation cornerstones. Six-star Tao God. He has broken through to the six-star Tao God realm. Feeling the might of Yi Qinfeng's palm strike, the experts of the various major powers who were secretly observing let out cries of surprise. They never thought that Yi Qinfeng would actually break through in just 2 short years. This kind of cultivation speed was something they had never heard of before. Want to run? It's too late. After shattering the terrifying formation diagram with a single palm, Yi Qinfeng cast his gaze into the distance. In a lush forest, he discovered 3 black-clothed assassins who were fleeing in 3 different directions at an extremely fast speed. Undying wings. Yi Qinfeng moved his body, and the undying wings broke out of his body. Sweeping up gusts of wind, he chased after the 3 black-clothed assassins at a speed dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. In less than 3 breaths, there was a shattering sound in the distance. Yi Qinfeng caught up with a powerful god-level assassin and smashed his body with a punch, turning him into a cloud of blood mist in midair. Immediately after, Yi Qinfeng raised his speed to the peak and chased after the other 2 god-level assassins who were fleeing in 2 different directions. After another 10 breaths of time, another god-level assassin was chased by Yi Qinfeng. Using his palm as a sword, he directly split open the assassin's body and killed him. Chapter 1817. Strong, too strong. Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess has probably surpassed that of an ordinary half-martial ancestor. Through various means, the scene of Yi Qinfeng instantly killing 2 god-ranked assassins had deeply shocked the major forces of Aeon City. Many of them rejoiced that they didn't blindly kill Yi Qinfeng. Otherwise, with Yi Qinfeng's strength, he would definitely bring a devastating disaster to them. Father, I'm afraid we've underestimated Yi Qinfeng. He dared to expose so many treasures in public. He doesn't put us in his eyes. After learning about the battle outside Aeon City, Sima Changqing's face turned ugly. With Yi Qinfeng's current battle prowess, he wouldn't have the chance to take revenge in his lifetime. Sigh, where did this Yi Qinfeng pop out from? Sima Ju sighed softly and said, with his strength and foundation, why would he appear in my Aeon City? Could it be, Father, you're saying that Yi Qinfeng came for the ancient god ruins? Sima Changqing's face changed slightly, and, at present, only the ancient god ruins can move Yi Qinfeng. Sima Ju nodded and said, but no matter how strong he is, he can't enter the ancient god ruins without the key. A woman wearing a snow-white dress, with skin as delicate as milk and a graceful and childish figure, was sitting on an armchair in silence, like a lotus. I know the real reason why Yi Qinfeng exposed so many treasures in the antique trade fair. Sima Ju suddenly slapped the armchair and stood up with an ashen face. What's the reason? Sima Changqing and one of the 4 beauties of Aeon City, Sima Xiao, immediately looked at Sima Ju and asked in a low voice, this Yi Qinfeng should have long been plotting against our 4 great families and the city, Lord's Key. However, he should have some misgivings about the ancient race, so he needed to find an excuse before snatching it. Sima Ju said with a gloomy face, but Father, the city lord is a peak half-martial ancestor expert. It's impossible for Yi Qinfeng to snatch the key from the city lord. Sima Changqing said, sigh, all these years, my Sima family hasn't experienced too many storms. My insight has really deteriorated too quickly. Sima Ju sighed softly and said, we should have guessed something from the Li clan's attitude towards Yi Qinfeng. Father, are you saying that the destruction of the demon god palace has something to do with Yi Qinfeng? The intelligent Sima Zhao's expression changed slightly. Yes, There is no doubt that the Li family is attached to the Demon Palace. Before the Demon Palace was destroyed, there was a rumor that Li Daimeng's son was killed. Coupled with Li Yifeng's attitude towards Yi Qinfeng, all of this was done by Yi Qinfeng. Sima Zhu nodded. But father, is that Yi Qinfeng really as powerful as you said? Sima Changqing said in disbelief, the Demon God Palace has 2 half-martial ancestor experts. Moreover, the Demon God Palace has an ancestral array and ancestral vein that has been passed down for who knows how many years. If you want to destroy the Demon God Palace, you need at least a 3-star ancestor expert. How can someone who can casually take out the Black Divine Stone, an ancestral artifact, be immortal? That Yi Qinfeng must have an expert protecting him. Sima Zhu shook his head and said in a low voice, in that case, my Sima family can't keep the key of the ancient god ruins? Sima Changqing tightly clenched his fist and said unwillingly, Sai, if that Yi Qinfeng comes, I will give him the key of the ancient god ruins with both hands. Sima Zhu sighed softly, as if he had aged a lot. Not only did Sima Zhu see through Yi Qinfeng's true purpose, but the Wei family, Qi family, and Bei family also discovered the crux of the problem. Among them, the Bei family, who had a bad relationship with Yi Qinfeng, was even more flustered. The Bei family's patriarch even ruthlessly taught Bei Shuamei a lesson. If she didn't recklessly provoke Yi Qinfeng, the Bei family might have already latched onto a big tree, like the Wei family. Through the Wei family, they came into contact with Yi Qinfeng. Just as the Bei family was feeling uneasy, another piece of news exploded in Aeon City. Yi Qinfeng, who had mysteriously disappeared outside Aeon City, appeared outside the Qi family's old residence. Young Master Yi, why are you here? Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was slowly walking over, bathed in the moonlight, the entire Qi family's old residence fell into panic. The Qi family's patriarch, Qi Hanqing's throat rolled, and a trace of trembling appeared in his voice. Patriarch Qi should be very clear about the purpose of my visit. Looking at the sweat on Qi Hanqing's forehead, who was trying hard to suppress the fear in his heart, Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, Young Master Yi, do you want the key to the ancient divine ruin? Qi Hanqing asked fearfully. Originally, I came to get the key, but unfortunately, I found someone sneaking into the Qi family's old residence, so I had to change my mind. Yi Qinfeng said with a faint smile. Who is it? The god-level assassin who tried to assassinate me outside the city. The reason Yi Qinfeng let one of them go was because he wanted to know who was behind the assassin. However, he didn't expect that the assassin wasn't sent by the Sima family, but by the Qi family. Impossible! How could my Qi family have anything to do with the assassin? Qi Hanqing defended himself. Young Master Yi, I was blind and offended you. It's my fault, but you can't frame us because of your personal grudge. Qi Tiangu braced himself and stood up. Frame us? Are you worthy? Yi Qinfeng showed a hint of disdain and said, I know you won't admit it, but it's okay. I'll drag him out of your Qi family's old residence. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned the demon bird royal flag and let it float above the Qi family's old residence. It shook quickly, forming a large array of runes that covered the entire old residence. In the next moment, the ancestor-level sword soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's body. Under the horrified gaze of Qi Hanqing and the others, it kept growing. With ancestor-level sword power, it slashed into the depths of the Qi family's old residence. Rumble. The slash was earth-shattering. The Qi family's forbidden land was split open by the ancestor-level sword soul, and a bottomless crack appeared. In the depths of the crack, more than a dozen men in black, who were covered in blood, rushed out and quickly escaped from the old residence. However, the entire Qi family's old residence was sealed by the demon bird royal flag. These severely injured men in black couldn't escape at all and were all trapped. Patriarch Qi, What else do you have to say now? Yi Chinfeng pointed to the sky where more than a dozen men in black were covered in wounds and said indifferently, Qi Hanqing tried to open his mouth, but he found that all explanations were futile. Plop! Qi Hanqing, who possessed monstrous power in Aeon City, suddenly knelt on the ground and begged loudly, "Young Master Yi, my Qi family knows our wrongs. Please let us live. I promise that from now on, we will never be your enemy again. It's too late to regret now. From now on, the Qi family will no longer exist in Aeon City." With that, Yi Chenfeng pointed a finger. The ancestor-level sword soul flew out and instantly pierced through Qi Hanqing's head, crushing his soul and killing him. Then Yi Chenfeng controlled the ancestor-level sword soul to kill Qi Tinggu and the other Qi family experts, breaking the Qi family's foundation. The Ancient God Ruins Key. After finding the Ancient God Ruins Key among Qi Hanqing's belongings, Yi Chenfeng took away the demon bird royal flag and left the Qi family's residence that reeked of blood. He arrived at the entrance of Aeon City's number 1 family, the Sima family. Chapter 1818. What? Qi Hanqing, Qi Tiangu, and the rest of the Qi family's upper echelons were all killed by Yi Chenfeng. Knowing that the Qi family's inheritance was destroyed, Sima Ju's heart trembled. He stood up and his face turned ugly. He didn't expect Yi Chenfeng to be so daring to kill in Aeon City. This was undoubtedly a slap to the ancient family's face. Damn it, this Yi Chenfeng is too lawless. I don't believe that the city lord will spare him. Sima Changqing said with a gloomy face, "Ma, family head, there is someone outside who wants to see you." Just as the Sima family was furious at Yi Chenfeng's lawlessness, a Sima family guard ran in and said in fear, "No, I won't see anyone tonight." Sima Ju said with a gloomy face, "Family head, he said his name is Yi Chenfeng." The Sima family guard hesitated for a moment and said, "What?" The guard's words were like thunder that exploded in the Sima family. Although Sima Ju and the rest were furious at Yi Chenfeng's actions, they were still powerless when facing him. "Come, follow me to welcome young Master Yi." Sima Ju sighed helplessly in his heart. His expression changed instantly as he brought Sima Changqing and the rest to the front yard to welcome Yi Chenfeng. "Sima family, I'm disturbing you so late at night. You won't resent me, right?" Yi Chenfeng had his hands behind his back as he looked at Sima Ju and the rest who were rushing over. He said with a faint smile, "No, no. Young Master Ye's presence brings light to our Sima family. Why would we resent you?" No matter how much Sima Ju hated Yi Chenfeng, he didn't dare to show it. After all, Yi Chenfeng was a killing god. If he was angered, he might really start a massacre in the Sima family. "Family head Sima, you don't really mean it," Yi Chenfeng said with a smile. "Young Master Yi, there might be some misunderstanding between us. But don't worry, from today onwards, you will be the most important guest of our Sima family. Whoever dares to offend, you will be punished according to the family rules." Looking into Yi Chenfeng's eyes that were as sharp as swords, Sima Ju's throat rolled as he hurriedly promised, "All right, I won't beat around the bush with you. I believe that the Sima family head should have guessed the reason for my visit." Yi Chenfeng said indifferently, "Young Master Yi is here for the key to the ancient god ruins, right?" Sima Ju took a deep breath. "That's right. Your Sima clan offended me and wanted to take advantage of me. I wonder if the Sima clan is willing to give me the key to the ancient god ruins to appease my anger?" Yi Chenfeng nodded. His calm voice revealed a domineering aura. "I've already prepared the key to the ancient divine ruins. Only a dragon among men like you is fit to hold the key to the ancient divine ruins." Hearing the threat in Yi Chenfeng's words, Sima Ju knew that he had no other choice. If he didn't give it to Yi Chenfeng with his ruthless methods, he might really massacre the Sima family. He had no choice but to give the extremely precious key to the ancient god ruins to Yi Chenfeng. "All right, it's late. I won't disturb your dreams. Goodbye. After obtaining the third key to the ancient god ruins, Yi Chen-feng didn't stay for long. Sima Ju and the others respectfully sent him off and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Sai, let's disperse. Looking at Yi Chen-feng's back, Sima Ju sighed helplessly. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were just empty words. After leaving the Sima family, Yi Chen-feng immediately went to the Li family. Li Yifeng had already prepared the key to the ancient god ruins and gave it to Yi Chen-feng. Looking at the proud Yi Chen-feng, Li Yifeng bowed and personally poured a cup of spirit tea for him. Young Master Yi, if I'm not wrong, you're only missing the key to the ancient god ruins in the hands of the city lord. That's right. I'm only missing the key to the ancient god ruins in the hands of Gu Jianglu. Yi Chen-feng looked at Li Yifeng, who was far smarter than he had imagined, and nodded. Young Master Yi, you must be careful when you go to the city lord's mansion to get the key. This Gu Jianglu is not simple. It's said that he has a terrifying trump card that no one knows. It's because of this trump card that he dares not touch Aeon City. Li Yifeng revealed an important piece of information to Yi Chen-feng. I know that Gu Jianglu has a trump card, but it's useless against me. Yi Chen-feng took a sip of the fragrant spirit tea and said domineeringly, Yes, yes, young master, you can destroy the demon palace by yourself. How can a mere Gu Jianglu be your opponent? Li Yifeng hesitated for a moment and said, But Gu Jianglu is, after all, a member of the ancient family. Moreover, Gu Jianglu's status in the ancient family is not low. I'm afraid that if young Master Yi takes his key, it will anger the ancient family and harm young master. Well, your worry is not without reason, but I'm not afraid. Yi Chen-feng looked at Li Yifeng, who was constantly trying to curry favor with him, and said slowly, Li Yifeng, you're a smart person, and I like to deal with people like you. Well, I'll give you these 2 elixirs. Yi Chen-feng took out 2 heaven-piercing saint elixirs of excellent quality from the universe mirror and placed them on the table. Li Yifeng, I hope you can restrain the Li family and develop well. Don't follow in Li Daimeng's footsteps. Yi Chen-feng warned Li Yifeng, then got up and left the Li family. He walked into the night and went to the city lord's mansion. Grandpa, as you expected, young Master Yi really went to the city lord's mansion. Wei Xinhua, who was the first to hear the news, found Wei Shirtong, who hadn't slept all night, and said worriedly, Young Master Yi has obtained 4 of the 5 keys. It's inevitable that he will go to the city lord's mansion. Wei Shirtong looked at the dark night outside the window and said slowly, Grandpa, do you think young Master Yi can take the keys from the city lord? Wei Xinhua gently bit her alluring red lips and asked softly, don't forget that young Master Yi can even destroy the demon palace. Gu Jianglu can't threaten him at all. Wei Shirtong took a deep breath and said, I just don't know how this farce will end in the end. Grandpa, you're worried about the ancient clan. Wei Xinhua, who was smart, said, That's right. I heard that Gu Jianglu's father is an elder of the ancient clan. It's because of this relationship that he became the city lord of Aeon City. Moreover, the ancient god relic is no small matter. Young Master Yi wants the great opportunity in the ancient god relic. It's no doubt that he's snatching meat from the ancient clan. This is something that the ancient clan will never allow. Wei Shirtong nodded and said, In that case, young Master Yi is in a very dangerous situation. Wei Xinhua said with a slightly pale face. It's hard to say. Wei Shirtong said, If we can think of the stakes, I think young Master Yi can too. But he must have something to rely on if he insists on taking the keys from Gu Jianglu. All right, let's keep silence and watch the development of the situation. Wei Shirtong took a deep breath and said, Just as the attention of all the major forces in Aeon City was focused on Yi Chen-feng, he stepped into the night and arrived outside the city Lord's mansion. In the next moment, a powerful sound wave erupted from Yi Qinfeng's mouth. It was like a sudden clap of thunder from the nine heavens, but it was also like a bolt from the blue. It rang out above the silent city, Lord's Manor, startling the entire city, Lord's Manor. Chapter 1819. Yi Qinfeng, why are you visiting my city, Lord Mansion, in the middle of the night? A deep voice rang out from the depths of the city, Lord Mansion. Gu Jianglu, who was dressed in black armor and sitting in the main hall, suddenly opened his eyes and asked despite knowing the answer, City Lord Gu, is this how you treat your guests? Yi Qinfeng saw that Gu Jianglu didn't show himself and was shouting from afar. He revealed a faint smile and replied in a domineering manner, If you are a guest, I will naturally show myself to receive you. However, it's a pity that you are not a guest but an ambitious wolf. I will naturally not show you any courtesy. Gu Jianglu replied, Sai, I still have to meet you. Since City Lord Gu isn't willing to meet me, I can only go in and meet you. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng placed his hands behind his back and stepped onto the white jade stairs, walking step by step towards the majestic city, Lord's Manor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Yi Qinfeng arrived at the city Lord Mansion, 3 mysterious ancient array diagrams appeared under the pitch-black moonlight. A powerful array intent descended and enveloped the entire city, Lord Mansion. In the next moment, the 3 ancient array diagrams started to spin rapidly and condensed into powerful light swords that shot towards Yi Qinfeng. Space storm. A large number of array pattern light swords attacked. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng controlled the entire space to form a powerful space storm that messed up the space and shattered the incoming array pattern light swords. Yi Qinfeng, it's not too late for you to stop now. If you dare to step into my city Lord Mansion, the ancient race will not let you off. Gu Jianglu warned in a serious tone. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to have such a deep understanding of space rules that he could actually form a space storm out of thin air. You alone can't represent the ancient race. Yi Qinfeng snorted and said, Moreover, you are after my treasures and sent assassins to assassinate me. Even if the ancient race wants to punish me, I will still be in the right. You are slandering me. Since when did I send assassins to kill you? Gu Jianglu said angrily. I encountered an assassination attempt in Aeon City. Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? Yi Qinfeng coldly snorted and said, Moreover, do you dare to swear that you didn't try to steal my treasures? Yi Qinfeng, I won't argue with you. As long as you dare to step into the city Lord Manor, you will be the enemy of the ancient race. No matter what, the ancient race will kill you. Gu Jianglu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. I've been waiting for this day. As he spoke, the ancestral sword Soul flashed out from Yi Qinfeng's Soul Sea and transformed into an enormous sword that was over 100 m long and capable of splitting the heavens and the earth apart in midair, and it stirred up formidable Dao insight as it fiercely slashed down onto the city governor's estate that was enveloped by 3 layers of restrictions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After being attacked by the sword soul of the ancestor, the 3 overlapped and slowly rotating formation diagrams trembled violently. Rays of dazzling Dao light rose into the air, illuminating the pitch-black night sky as bright as day. I'd like to see how many of my sword attacks these 3 formations can withstand. Although the 3 formations above the city governor's estate were extremely powerful, Yi Qinfeng, who had broken through to the 6-star Dao God realm, was no longer the same as before. He stood in midair and constantly controlled the ancestral sword soul to attack. Rays of sword rays that shook the heavens and the earth continuously attacked the 3 formations like a heavenly waterfall, splitting cracks in the 3 formations that complemented each other. The power that came from the 3 formations surged into the city governor's estate and shook the city governor's estate violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Heavens, that Yi Qinfeng really attacked the city governor's estate. Who is he? How dare he openly provoke the ancient race? Yeah, Since the establishment of Aeon City, nothing like this has ever happened. I wonder how this farce will end. Yi Qinfeng's attacks became more and more ferocious. The three formations that enveloped the city governor's estate were faintly unable to withstand it. Seeing more and more cracks on the formations, Gu Jiangliu's face became extremely gloomy. City governor, when will the ancient race's almighty arrive? Although there was no lack of experts in the city governor's estate, Yi Qinfeng's attack power was too terrifying. It deeply shocked the hearts of the experts in the city governor's estate, causing them to be unable to muster up the courage to deal with Yi Qinfeng. Soon, they should be here by daybreak, Gu Jianglu said in a low voice, holding a 1-foot-long spear with an incomparably sharp tip and a body made of special materials. Then let him be arrogant for a while. When the ancient race's almighty arrives, he'll be crying. Time passed by slowly. After more than half an hour, the three formations finally couldn't withstand the attacks of the ancestor class, Sword Soul, and shattered. The instant the three great formations shattered, 3 bone spears that were dozens of feet long appeared in the forbidden area of the city, Lord's Manor. They flashed with terrifying lightning as they attacked Yi Qinfeng with the power to pierce through space. Humph, you want to hurt me with such an attack? Looking at the 3 bone spears that had locked onto him, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. Instead, he waved his bloody fist to meet them. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions rang out. Yi Qinfeng threw out 3 punches in an instant. Each punch landed on the 3 lightning bone spears. The power of over 250 billion Jin shattered the 3 lightning bone spears as easily as crushing dry weeds, shattering them into smithereens. Gu Jianglu, don't waste any more time. Make your move. Such attacks are useless against me. Yi Qinfeng said domineeringly as he stepped into the air and looked down at Gu Jianglu, who was wearing black armor, after shattering the 3 lightning bone spears with 3 punches. Yi Qinfeng, I really don't know where your courage to challenge the ancient race's authority comes from. All right, since you insist on fighting with me, I'll grant you your wish. Gu Jiangliu's pupils shrank as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was exuding a domineering aura. He stepped on the void and walked toward Yi Qinfeng. When their sharp gazes collided with each other, invisible sparks surged out. Gu Jianglu, I hope your strength won't disappoint me. Yi Qinfeng smiled as an unparalleled aura erupted from his body. The space beneath Yi Qinfeng's feet distorted as he took a step forward. He left behind a dazzling afterimage in the air as he suddenly appeared in front of Gu Jianglu and threw a punch at his chest. Yi Qinfeng's punch was extremely fast, but Gu Jiangliu's reaction was even faster. He took a small step back and thrust his half-martial ancestor spear forward to block Yi Qinfeng's attack. Ancestor-level sword soul. Slash! With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's ancestor-level sword soul cut through the pitch-black night sky, unleashing boundless Tao intent as it slashed at Gu Jiangliu's head. Although the sword soul had just transformed into an ancestor-level sword soul after fusing with the sword resolve, its power surpassed a half-martial ancestor weapon and possessed true ancestral might. As the sword slashed down, Gu Jianglu only felt an unimaginable sword intent surging into his arms through the half-martial ancestor spear. The impact caused the skin on his arms to split open, and his entire body was sent flying several hundred meters away by the ancestor-level sword soul. If it wasn't for the fact that the black armor he was wearing had neutralized most of the attack, that slash would have been enough to shatter his arms. Is this the power of an ancestor-level sword soul? After experiencing the power of an ancestor-level sword soul, Gu Jianglu revealed a look of intense jealousy. If it wasn't for Yi Qinfeng's interference, the ancestor-level sword resolve would have been his. Slash again! As Gu Jianglu forcefully stabilized his body, the ancestor-level sword soul slashed at him again under the control of Yi Qinfeng's thought. As the sword slashed out, the space began to crack inch by inch. The powerful sword intent caused a vacuum to appear in the space around Gu Jianglu, as if the entire space was about to collapse. After taking the second slash of the ancestor-level sword soul head-on, Gu Jianglu, who was at the pinnacle of the half-martial ancestor realm, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, creating a huge crater on the ground. Chapter 1820. City Lord. Witnessing the scene of Gu Jianglu being struck down from midair by the ancestor-level sword soul, the hearts of all the experts in the City Lord Mansion tightened. "Get out of my way! Don't come near me!" Gu Jianglu, who flew out of the pit in a sorry state, ordered loudly. He was afraid that the experts in the City Lord Mansion would be affected and suffer more casualties. "Gu Jianglu, you are not a bad person. Just because of the sentence, I will spare your life," Yi Qinfeng said coldly as he stood in midair and looked at Gu Jianglu, who was in a sorry state with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. "Yi Qinfeng, do you really think you have one?" Gu Jianglu said with a gloomy face. "Today, I will let you see my trump card." As he spoke, Gu Jianglu used his blood as a guide to perform an ancient secret method and condensed a hexagonal blood formation. When he merged with the hexagonal blood formation, the ancestral vein suppressed by the City Lord Mansion was activated and merged into his body crazily. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jianglu crossed the half-martial ancestor realm and became a one-star Dao ancestor realm. After crossing the one-star Dao ancestor realm, Gu Jiangliu's strength continued to rise until he reached the pinnacle of one-star Dao ancestor realm. During the process of Gu Jiangliu's strength skyrocketing, Yi Qinfeng did not interrupt him. Obviously, he did not take Gu Jiangliu's trump card seriously. "Yi Qinfeng, give me your life." Gu Jianglu, who had merged with a small part of the ancestral vein suppressed by the City Lord Mansion and reached the pinnacle of one-star Dao ancestor realm, roared and stabbed at Yi Qinfeng with his half-martial ancestor spear. "Humph! You think you can defeat me after reaching the pinnacle of one-star Dao ancestor realm? You are too naive." Yi Qinfeng snorted and burned the primordial blood, instantly increasing his strength to the one-star Dao ancestor realm. His physical strength also exploded to nearly 400 billion pounds, surpassing that of the god-fiend Torch Dragon. With a punch, the space in front of Yi Qinfeng could not withstand the might of his punch and shattered. The terrifying fist light continued forward and smashed into the half-martial ancestor's spear that was thrusting towards him. Crack! 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 A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Under Yi Qinfeng's punch, the Dao force in the half-step ancestor's spear kept shattering. More than 400 billion gene of power poured into the spear, forcibly pressing it into the shape of a full moon. Waves of powerful force passed through the spear and into Gu Jiangliu's arm, causing his skin and flesh to split open. He almost couldn't hold the spear in his hand. What? How can his strength be so terrifying? Gu Jianglu, whose arms were trembling, opened his eyes wide. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng's punch was so powerful that it could bend a half-martial ancestor spear. Third severance. While Gu Jianglu was still in a state of shock, Yi Qinfeng's ancestral sword Spirit slashed down again under the control of his will, forcing Gu Jianglu to defend himself with his half-step ancestral spear. Although he had fused with a small section of the ancestral vein and possessed the strength of a one-star Dao ancestor for a short period of time, he was still unable to resist the attack of the ancestor-level sword soul as his whole body was trembling. He was chopped down from midair by the ink-black sword light. The city lord who has fused with the power of the ancestral vein is still no match for that lad. Demon! That Yi Qinfeng is definitely a top-notch demon in the Void God realm. I really don't know which overlord force he comes from. Witnessing the scene of Gu Jianglu being chopped down by the ancestor-level sword soul again, the experts of the City Lord Mansion sank into deep uneasiness. Bloodline ignition, ancient god body. As his injuries worsened, Gu Jianglu no longer hid his strength. He quickly ignited his powerful bloodline power and performed the top-notch super skills that had been passed down for countless years by the ancient clan. He transformed into the most powerful ancient god body of the ancient clan. His combat power and defense power soared tremendously. Not bad, not bad. This is more interesting. Looking at Gu Jianglu, whose body was constantly growing bigger and whose skin was like cast steel, Yi Qinfeng was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. A hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Demon Sealing Sword. With a thought, the demon sealing sword appeared in Yi Qinfeng's hand, like a meteor falling to the mortal world. He attacked Gu Jianglu with sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Yi Qinfeng, I will take your life. Gu Jianglu let out a deep voice. A majestic ancient tree emerged from his body. As the ancient tree swayed rapidly, layers of defensive restrictions appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of the demon sealing sword. Ancient tree motionless spell. Looking at the ancient tree that emerged behind Gu Jianglu, Yi Qinfeng recognized that this was the top-notch super skill of the ancient clan, ancient tree motionless spell. However, compared to Gu Hong, who had the black dragon wood, Gu Jianglu's comprehension of the ancient tree motionless spell was far from enough. His defense power was several levels weaker than Gu Hong's. Godless Sword. When the demon sealing sword's attack was blocked by the ancient tree motionless spell, the 4 saint-level Dao diagrams appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. When he deduced the 4 Dao diagrams to the extreme, they turned into a vast sea of Dao will. As the sword pierced out, the world became dark. The entire space became dark in an instant. Only an invincible divine sword flew through the pitch-black space. The sword pierced through the ancient tree motionless spell's defense and pierced towards Gu Jianglu's body. No, this is impossible. How can his attack power be so strong? Seeing the ancient tree motionless spell being pierced through by Yi Qinfeng's sword, Gu Jianglu's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng's attack power was so terrifying that it could break through his trump card. Pissed, a deep bloody gash appeared on Gu Jianglu's ancient god body. Large amounts of blood spurted out. Although Gu Jianglu dodged the godless sword, the terrifying remaining power of the godless sword still cut through his skin, injuring him. Ancient tree towering, break all laws. Gu Jianglu did not care about the injury on his chest. He continued to deduce the ancient tree motionless spell, controlling the ancient tree that appeared behind him to shake quickly and attack Yi Qinfeng. 3,000 divine transformation fists. As the majestic ancient tree attacked, Yi Qinfeng threw the demon sealing sword into the air and merged the sea of the path above his head into his fists. In an instant, he unleashed close to 2,000 divine fists. Like an unparalleled meteor shower, they shattered the ancient tree motionless spell and bombarded towards Gu Jianglu, whose expression changed drastically and who was desperately trying to dodge. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering explosions sounded under the pitch-black night sky. Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's 3,000 divine transformation fists, the entire space was shattered. Although Gu Jianglu dodged the 3,000 divine transformation fists with his strange movement technique, he thought that he was injured by the aftershock. He spat out a large amount of blood and was in great pain. Dragon Transformation Spear. The injuries on his body continued to worsen, but Gu Jianglu did not slow down his attacks. He continuously spat out his life blood into the half-martial ancestor's spear, activating the weapon patterns engraved on the spear. He stabbed towards Yi Qinfeng as one with the spear. As the spear stabbed out, Gu Jianglu, who was one with the spear, turned into a ferocious divine dragon. He swayed his long body and stabbed towards Yi Qinfeng with an indomitable will. Godless Sword. Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrunk as he locked onto the dragon transformation spear that was evolving a powerful Dao will. Once again, he deduced the Dao will to the extreme and stabbed forward with the godless sword. When the two powerful attacks collided, with them as the center, the entire space shattered. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Facing Yi Qinfeng's soulless sword head-on, Gu Jianglu felt waves after waves of unimaginable sword intent pouring into his body, continuously destroying all the meridians in his body and tearing his body apart. If he had not fused with the power of the ancestral bloodline and transformed into the ancient race's strongest ancient god body, this attack would have been enough to shatter his physical body and kill him. Forcefully enduring the worsening injuries, Gu Jianglu kept controlling the Tao will to evolve the ancient trees to attack Yi Qinfeng. However, after breaking through to the 6-star Tao God realm, Yi Qinfeng's strength had become too terrifying. The ancient trees that swayed their treetops could not hurt Yi Qinfeng at all. Tyrant's Kick. Chapter 1821. Gu Jianglu, do you submit or not? Yi Qinfeng looked down at Gu Jianglu, who had created a huge crater in the ground and was heavily injured, and questioned him loudly. Kill me if you have the guts. Gu Jianglu, who was severely injured, crawled out of the crater. He glared at Yi Qinfeng with his blood-red eyes as he said stubbornly, Why, do you think that I won't dare to kill you because of the ancients? Yi Qinfeng revealed a cold smile and said, I've even killed the geniuses of the Celestials. Do you think I'll have any qualms about killing you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Qinfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His entire body fused with the demon's sealing sword as he stabbed at Gu Jianglu. Stop! When Gu Jiangliu's life was hanging by a thread, a furious roar rang out. An ancient flywheel flew over at a speed several times faster than the speed of light, attacking Yi Qinfeng. You want to hurt me with a mere low-grade ancestral weapon? Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly. The life and death plate broke out of his body, crushing the void and colliding with the incoming flywheel, forcefully blocking its attack. He appeared in front of Gu Jianglu without slowing down and stomped on his severely injured chest, crushing his sternum. He said, Give me the key to the ancient divine ruin, or die. You, looking into Yi Qinfeng's cold eyes, Gu Jiangliu's heart trembled for some reason. He had no doubt that if he refused, Yi Qinfeng would definitely kill him. Fine, I'll give you the key to the ancient divine ruin, Gu Jianglu said through gritted teeth. He took out a cosmos ring, and just as he was about to hand it to Yi Qinfeng, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He suddenly crushed the ring. In the next moment, a powerful soul force gushed out from the ring and rushed into Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul, attacking Yi Qinfeng's soul. The instant the universe ring shattered, he exploded his physical body at all costs. He used the ancient tribe's life-saving trump card and turned into a bloody mist, escaping in the direction of the ancient tribe's almighty who had arrived in time. Do you think you can escape? Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly as he ignored the countless strands of soul power attacks. He stretched out his hand and evolved a powerful will of the way. It transformed into a giant hand that enveloped the space of several miles and grabbed at Gu Jianglu. At the critical moment, the flywheel that had just been knocked away by the life and death plate flew over again, instantly splitting into hundreds of wheel shadows and attacking the giant hand that Yi Qinfeng had conjured, saving Gu Jianglu, whose life was hanging by a thread. Jianglu, how are you? A dark-skinned, 2-star Tao ancestor wearing a dark gray robe appeared beside Gu Jianglu and asked with concern as he watched Gu Jianglu cast the ancient race's secret technique to reconstruct his body. He had a long beard and was a 2-star Tao ancestor. Sixth Elder, is my father here? Gu Jianglu, who was seriously injured and extremely weak, looked at Yi Qinfeng in the distance with hatred and asked in a low voice, The third elder is in seclusion and has not come. The clan leader sent me, the 9th elder, and 3 protectors to support you. The 6th elder of the ancient family quickly stuffed a sacred healing pill into Gu Jiangliu's mouth and stabilized his injuries. As he spoke, Another 4 powerful auras appeared beside Gu Jianglu and locked onto Yi Qinfeng, who was not far away. 2 2-star Dao ancestors and 3 1-star Dao ancestors. Looking at the 5 progenitor experts sent by the ancient tribe, Yi Qinfeng did not show a trace of panic. However, the experts of the City Lord Mansion who had survived the disaster were in ecstasy. Great! Now that the ancient tribe's almighty has arrived, Yi Qinfeng is dead meat. Yeah, let's see how arrogant he can be. Now even God can't save him. While the experts of the City Lord Mansion were in ecstasy, the Wei clan and Li clan fell into silence. Sigh. Young Master Yi has made a big mess this time. The ancient tribe sent 5 progenitor experts at once. I'm afraid young Master Yi is powerless to reverse the situation. Yeah, the ancient god ruins is a taboo of the ancient tribe. How can they allow outsiders to touch it? However, with young Master Ye's ability, the 5 progenitor experts of the ancient tribe may not be able to capture him. I hope the ancient tribe won't blame us because of young Master Yi. Otherwise, my Wei clan will have to leave Aeon City. Wei Shirtong shook his head and said with a sigh, Boy, if you still want to have an intact corpse, you'd better cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of the ancient tribe's torture methods. The 6th elder looked at Yi Qinfeng with a gloomy face and ordered sternly, How, just you? Yi Qinfeng laughed and said, Although I don't want to be enemies with the ancient tribe, if you don't know what's good for you, I don't mind killing all of you. Although facing 5 progenitor experts, Yi Qinfeng did not show a trace of fear. Instead, he laughed and said arrogantly, 6th elder, don't talk nonsense with him. After we capture him, I'd like to see if he's still so stubborn. Gu Jianglu looked at Yi Qinfeng viciously and said with a murderous intent, Okay, leave it to me. The 6th elder of the ancient tribe, who was the strongest and had cultivated to the 2-star Dao ancestor realm, took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng in an instant. He stretched out his skinny right hand and grabbed Yi Qinfeng's chest. Seeing that the 6th elder's right hand was about to grab Yi Qinfeng's chest at an extremely fast speed, a faint light flashed in front of him and a vague figure appeared. The next moment, a force beyond his imagination locked onto him, making him feel as if his body was pressed down by a towering mountain and unable to move. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. The 6th elder of the ancient tribe, who had been insufferably arrogant a moment ago, was sent flying by a slap. Half of his old face was completely caved in, and a large amount of blood and broken teeth spurted out of his mouth. You, who are you? Gu Jianglu and the others were stunned when they saw the tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng and sent the 6th elder of the ancient tribe flying with a slap. I'll kill you. As the 6th elder of the ancient tribe, he had never been humiliated like this. He roared angrily and burned all the blood in his body to transform into the body of an ancient god. Like an enraged lion, he attacked Long Xiaotian, who was standing in front of Yi Qinfeng. Slap! Another crisp sound of a slap was heard. Long Xiaotian's casual slap shattered Elder Gu, Lu's attack, and landed on his old face again. He was sent flying from the air to the ground, creating a huge crater in the ground. Who was Elder Gu Lu? He was a famous expert of the ancient tribe, and he was one step away from becoming a 3-star Dao ancestor. But now, such an expert was being slapped again and again. This shocking scene made Gu Jianglu and the others feel as if they were in a dream. It felt unreal. Now, do you still think that you can control my life and death? Yi Qinfeng looked at Gu Jianglu and the others, who were dumbfounded and whose eyes were twitching violently, and said with a faint smile, Young Master Yi, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Let me kill them. Long Xiaotian was also a lawless person. He looked at Gu Jianglu and the others in the distance and said coldly, Wait, Yi Qinfeng, if I'm willing to give you the key to the ancient divine ruin, will you let us go? Gu Jianglu did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be protected by such an expert. His inner defenses collapsed, and he lowered his noble head and said in submission, "Sure." Yi Qinfeng's main enemies were the divine tribe and the demon tribe, and he did not want to have a bad relationship with the ancient tribe. He nodded and warned, "But I advise you not to play any tricks on me. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you will die miserably." Sigh. Gu Jianglu sighed helplessly. In the face of absolute power, he did not dare to scheme against Yi Qinfeng. He obediently handed the last key to the ancient divine ruin to Yi Qinfeng. Let's go to the ancient divine ruin. Chapter 1822. Break! Yi Qinfeng roared as his ancestral sword spirit flew out like a roaring black dragon. It broke through the restriction hidden in the depths of Aeon City's mountains and flew along a spacious underground passage into the dark underground space. After diving for an unknown distance, Yi Qinfeng suddenly saw traces of light in front of him. His body flashed as he flew out with an ear-piercing sound. Space door! After flying out of the underground passageway, Yi Qinfeng noticed that a spatial door that was over 100 meters tall had appeared before him. It flowed with the light of Tao insight, and it emitted a powerful pressure. Moreover, there were 5 keyholes at the bottom of the spatial door. What a powerful restriction aura. Old man, Wei didn't lie to me. Judging from the power of this restriction, a peak ancestral stage expert can't break it by force. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to feel the restriction of the space door. He felt that this restriction was incomparably powerful. It was something he had never seen before in his life. He couldn't break it with brute force. Open. Yi Qinfeng took out 5 space keys and inserted them into the keyholes. He gently turned the keyholes. Ka. Suddenly, endless restriction light flowed on the surface of the several hundred feet tall space door. Slowly, the space door opened and an ancient aura spread out from the space door. Whoosh! Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. With a flash of his body, he entered the space gate while facing the ancient aura. This is the ancient god ruins. Standing in the space door and looking around, Yi Qinfeng found that this place was no different from the outside world. It was a vast and boundless plain in a green lake. In the depths of the plain, he could faintly see endless mountains. There was no trace of the ruins at all. However, when Yi Qinfeng flew to the vast grassland, he felt that something was wrong. He found that the space of the ancient god ruins was filled with a mysterious power that kept interfering with his soul, causing the scene in front of him to be distorted. It was very difficult for him to distinguish the direction. Senior Xin Dao Su, I've already entered the ancient god ruins, but this space is a bit strange. I can't tell the direction. Can you find a way to go deeper into this place? Thinking that Shen Daoshu wanted to take the corpse of the god clan's almighty being for the ancient god ruins, Yi Qinfeng did not control the god-eater brain to deduce. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Shen Daoshu for help. Leave it to me. Shen Daoshu stopped healing and left the universe realm under the control of Yi Qinfeng's mind. He appeared in the ancient god ruins where space was in disorder. This aura, this place, is indeed connected to my god race. Appearing in the ancient god ruin, Shen Daoshu stepped on the black soil of the ancient god ruin. He closed his eyes and sensed silently. An indescribable feeling appeared in his heart. Divine blood guides the way. With a thought, divine Tao void summoned a drop of god blood the size of a water droplet. This drop of god blood was obtained from refining the corpse of a god race almighty. Go. The godly blood drew a bloody shadow in the air, piercing through the layers of chaotic space at an extremely fast speed, flying into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoshu did not hesitate. They immediately followed this drop of god blood and entered the depths of the ancient god ruins. The deeper they went into the ancient god ruins, the stronger Yi Qinfeng felt the chaotic power in the space become. Slowly, the god blood that was flying at high speed disappeared. Shen Daoxiu took out another drop of god blood and used the same method to use the god blood to guide the way, guiding them into the ancient god ruins. Very quickly, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoxiu did not find anything, but they had used up more than 100 drops of god blood. Fortunately, Shen Daoxiu had refined more than 10,000 drops of god blood from the god clan's ancient corpse. He was not afraid of using up. So fragrant. Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoxiu followed the drop of god blood. As they continued to fly, they suddenly smelled a refreshing fragrance drifting over from afar and into their noses. Come, let's go take a look. Shen Daoxiu's turbid eyes shot out rays of light. Through the layers of chaotic space, he found a stock of divine medicine in the depths of the ancient god ruins. He quickly flew over with Yi Qinfeng. What kind of flower is this? In the center of a pool, Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoxiu saw a stalk of strange flower that was over 1/2 meter tall. It was completely black and covered in sharp barbs. It was the size of a wash basin, and the center of the flower transformed into various forms. Staring at this strange flower, Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt a familiar voice come from the strange flower. It was calling out to him, asking him to go over. But very quickly, Yi Qinfeng, who had the God-Eater brain, dispelled the illusion. He returned to normal, and his eyes were clear. This is not a flower, but a spirit flower transformed from a soul that has lived for who knows how many years. If one is caught off guard, it is extremely likely that their soul will be devoured by it. Shen Daoxiu, who stood at the peak of the world, was extremely experienced. He saw through the essence of this flower with a single glance and slowly said, I'll go collect it. Although this flower could make Yi Qinfeng lose his senses for a short period of time, which was enough to show how terrifying it was, Yi Qinfeng, who had the God-Eater brain, was not afraid. His body flashed slightly, passed through the chaotic space, and appeared beside this spirit flower. When Yi Qinfeng's finger touched this spirit flower, a terrifying soul energy gushed out and surged into Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul. It wanted to devour his soul. You're courting death. Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. The God-Eater brain quickly squirmed and formed a powerful devouring force. It instantly devoured the soul energy that surged into his sea of soul. In the next moment, a terrifying devouring black hole appeared in Yi Qinfeng's palm and imprinted on this beautiful spirit flower. Screech! A series of horrified, ghostly cries rang out. Sensing the danger from the God-Eater brain, the soul that had transformed into the spirit flower returned to its original form. It turned into a black light and fled into the distance. Trying to escape? It's too late. Yi Qinfeng pressed down with his hand. A terrifying Dao intent turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. It pressed down with hundreds of billions of kilograms of force. The palm pressed down on the fleeing soul and caught it in the hand. This soul had existed for God knows how long and was already very powerful. However, after Yi Qinfeng broke through to the 6-star Dao God realm, he became even more terrifying. No matter how the soul struggled, it could not tear apart the Dao intent hand. Devour! Just as the soul was struggling desperately, the God-Eater brain appeared in Yi Qinfeng's palm under his control. It released a powerful devouring force and directly devoured the soul. Let's go, Senior. After using the God-Eater brain to easily deal with the soul, Yi Qinfeng returned to Shen Daoxiu's side. He followed the god's blood that was emitting a faint bloody light and continued to fly into the primordial god ruins. As they went deeper, Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoxiu encountered many spiritual creatures that were transformed by the soul. However, none of them could escape the God-Eater brain's devouring and became its nourishment. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul energy suddenly felt a powerful suppressive force in front of him. It was suppressing a part of the space and causing it to distort. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 1823. Steel, a suppressing steel. When Yi Qin-feng duo barged into the suppressing space that was constantly distorting, they discovered a several hundred feet tall ancient stele with golden cloud patterns engraved on the surface, suppressing a black coffin. The suppressing power that filled the space was precisely diffusing out from this ancient stele. Senior, can you sense what this ancient stele is suppressing? Yi Qin-feng stared at the ancient stele that sank into the black clouds. He felt that this ancient stele was very powerful, containing power sufficient to suppress progenitor realm powerhouses to death. I can't sense it. Shin Daoxiu shook his head and said, but according to my observation, this suppressing ancient stele should have been left behind by my divine race's powerhouse. What on earth is the divine race suppressing the soul-suppressing stele left behind? Yi Qin-feng vaguely felt that the existence of the ancient god ruins was suspected to be related to the thing suppressed by the ancient stele. We'll know after breaking this ancient stele. As he spoke, Shin Daoxiu spat out a mouthful of lifeblood essence, fusing into the several hundred feet tall black ancient stele. Immediately, the entire ancient stele seemed to be burning. Large amounts of golden cloud patterns fluctuated violently, falling off unceasingly. Open! Shen Daoxiu shouted loudly. Several large groups of Dao diagrams gushed out of his body, transforming into an incomparably enormous hand that blotted out the sky. It grabbed the ancient stele, erupting with astonishing power, pulling up the ancient stele bit by bit. The ancient stele was pulled up out of thin air by Shin Daoxiu. A powerful evil aura pervaded out of the black coffin, dyeing the entire space black. What an evil aura! What on earth is suppressing inside this black coffin? Feeling the evil power gushing out of the coffin, Yi Qin-feng only felt all the hairs on his body stand on end, his face revealing a grave expression. I know what my divine race's ancestor used the ancient stele to suppress, Shen Daoxiu said in a low voice. What is it? Yi Qin-feng hurriedly asked. It's the evil race that should have long disappeared from the void god world, Shin Daoxiu said. Evil race? What race is this? Yi Qin-feng's understanding of the void god world was limited and had never heard of the evil race's great name. The evil race has existed for too long, and the evil race was the mastermind behind the internal strife of the primordial era. They attempted to annex the various races of the void god realm, and had an unprecedented battle with our god race at the peak of the universe. That battle lasted for countless years, and affected the entire void god realm. Quite a few clans were implicated, and many more were exterminated. In the end, my god clan joined forces with the celestial clan, human clan, and demon clan to annihilate the evil clan and sever the evil clan's inheritance and foundation. However, my god clan also suffered heavy losses. Many of our ancestor realm experts passed away in meditation. This also directly led to my god clan being taken advantage of by the celestial clan and annihilated our foundation. Shin Daoxiu sank into deep memories as he slowly spoke. This evil race is so powerful, Yi Qin-feng said with slight surprise. Amen. The evil race is known to possess an undying body. It is extremely difficult to kill them. Moreover, the evil race's clan leader back then was a powerful void god. He was practically invincible in the entire void god realm. Shin Daoxiu nodded and said, as Yi Qin-feng spoke, the black coffin shattered. An old man enveloped in black light, revealing only a skinny face, appeared before Yi Qin-feng and Yi Qin-feng. Peak evil ancestor. Feeling the aura of the skinny old man, Shen Daoxiu immediately sensed his strength. He was a peak evil ancestor who was not much weaker than him. God clan, you are from the God clan. Peak evil ancestors' turbid eyes shot out two rays of light that seemed to materialize. He stared at Shen Daoxiu and said coldly, Not bad, not bad. God really treats me well. He gave me a powerful God clan expert as soon as I got out of trouble. After drinking your blood, I might be able to recover my peak strength. Peak evil ancestor said with murderous intent. Qingfeng stepped back. Although Shen Daoxu was a peak god ancestor, he still showed a trace of seriousness in the face of the evil ancestor who had an undying body. God ancestor bastard, give me your life and blood! Peak evil ancestor roared and attacked Shen Daoxu with boundless evil power. Ancient tablet, suppress. Peak evil ancestor attacked, and Shen Daoxu immediately controlled the giant hand to throw down the ancient tablet, which fell down like a pillar supporting the sky. The moment the ancient tablet fell, the 4 ancestral Dao diagrams that appeared in Shen Daoxu's body turned into a Dao prison, which directly trapped Peak Evil Ancestor and prevented him from escaping. Rumble. Peak Evil Ancestor was attacked by the ancient tablet, and his body, which was shrouded in black light, immediately exploded. The entire ground was smashed by the ancient tablet, creating a bottomless pit. But the next moment, a large amount of black light spread on the surface of the ancient tablet where the golden words disappeared, and quickly condensed into a skinny old man. This is an undying body. Looking at Peak Evil Ancestor, who was smashed by the ancient tablet and recovered quickly, Yi Qinfeng, who was hiding in the distance, was deeply shocked. He was shocked by the horror of the undying body of the evil ancestor. God clan bastard, you can't kill me. Peak Evil Ancestor revealed a ferocious expression, and with boundless evil qi he attacked Shen Daoxu and fought fiercely with him in the ancient god ruins. Shen Daoxu wielded the supreme grade ancestral artifact, Divine Void Sword, and his attack power was extremely terrifying. With a slash of his sword he broke the space, but Peak Evil Ancestor, who had an undying body, was not afraid at all. His body was slashed by Divine Void Sword again and again, and he used the undying body to recover time and time again. This gave Shen Daoxu a headache, and he ignored the injuries on his body and attacked with all his strength. Dao of Artifact Control, Death God Scythe. Just as Shen Daoxu and Peak Evil Ancestor were fighting fiercely, Yi Qinfeng suddenly approached and used the Dao of Artifact Control to throw out the Death God Scythe. Buzz! The ancestral runes on the Death God Scythe were completely activated by the Dao of Artifact Control, and a terrifying power of death spread out from the Death God Scythe. With a slash, the entire space was cut into 2 halves, and the terrifying blade intent slashed on Peak Evil Ancestor's old body, directly shattering his body. But soon, Peak Evil Ancestor, who had an undying body, reconstructed his body. However, his body was slashed by the supreme grade ancestral artifact again and again, and his attack power was also greatly reduced. I want to see how many times you can reconstruct your undying body. Although Peak Evil Ancestor's undying divine ability was abnormal, Shen Daoxu knew that there was a limit to it. It was impossible for him to reconstruct his body without limit, and he ignored the injuries on his body and continued to attack. I wonder if the primal chaos divine can devour him? Looking at Peak Evil Ancestor, who was completely suppressed by Shen Daoxu, a thought appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind, and he summoned the primal chaos divine wood. At this time, Shen Daoxu wielded the Divine Void Sword and used the God Race's inheritance ability again, and slashed Peak Evil Ancestor's body. Primal Chaos Divine would devour. Just as Peak Evil Ancestor was reconstructing his body, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Primal Chaos Divine would to appear on Peak Evil Ancestor's broken body, extending tens of thousands of 5-colored roots that took root in his broken body. In the next moment, Primal Chaos Divine would release a powerful devouring power under Yi Qinfeng's control, frenziedly devouring Peak Evil Ancestor's body. No, Primal Chaos Divine would. How can you have Primal Chaos Divine would? Peak Evil Ancestor let out a roar of despair after being devoured by the Primal Chaos Divine wood, and he desperately tried to escape. But his body was destroyed by Shen Daoxu again and again, and he was greatly exhausted, so he couldn't break free from the Primal Chaos Divine woods devouring.